What if the very words you spoke could rip the world apart? In a time when every voice united in a symphony of ambition, humanity dared to reach for the heavens, believing that they could encase the sky in stone and brick. The sun hung low, casting a golden hue over the bustling plains of Shinar, where a city thrummed with life, creativity, and an intoxicating zeal for greatness. The air vibrated with the energy of thousands, their laughter, their dreams, all swirling into a singular aspiration, to build a tower that would touch the stars. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, shadows lengthened, whispering secrets of pride and hubris. The people, intoxicated by their own brilliance, labored tirelessly, stones rising higher and higher, each one a testament to their unity. They believed themselves invincible, blind to the ancient warnings that echoed through time. In their hunger for power, they dared to challenge the very fabric of the cosmos. Would their dreams culminate in glory or disaster? As the week turned to months, the tower's silhouette clawed at the sky, a titanic structure that seemed to mock the gods. Yet, amid the fervor, an undercurrent of tension pulsed through the crowd. Jealousy lurked, veiled beneath smiles, and not every heart beat with loyalty. Who would be the first to claim the tower for themselves? Who would rise as leader when the dust settled? The construction site crackled with a potent mix of ambition and treachery, as if the very bricks were whispering of impending doom. Then, one fateful dawn, a hush fell over the land. A figure cloaked in mystery appeared amidst the workers, eyes like molten gold, sparking unease in the stony hearts of the laborers. Words flowed from their lips like honey, carrying an authority that commanded silence. You wish to reach the heavens? But at what cost? The crowd could only watch, hearts racing, as the speaker's words took on a life of their own, wrapping around their minds like a noose. In that moment, an unseen force unleashed chaos. Tongues twisted and turned, sentences shattered, and the shared language that had united them splintered into a cacophony of confusion. Panic surged, voices rising, hands gesturing wildly as the once unified throng struggled to communicate. The air thickened with despair, the mighty tower trembling in the wake of their chaos, an edifice of dreams now on the brink of ruin. Within the chaos, an ancient truth loomed. Unity can birth greatness, but division can topple empires. In the blink of an eye, the ambition of humanity turned to a desperate scramble for understanding, as the tower loomed larger than life, a haunting reminder of their failed aspirations. Would they ever recover from this fate? Would they find a way back to one another? Or were they destined to wander the earth, forever fragmented, forever lost? The tower stood there, its shadow stretching long, waiting, watching, as history breathed heavily in the silence that followed a colossal dream turned nightmare. In a land where the sun rose over the fertile crescent, the air crackled with ambition and the sounds of hammers striking clay. Towering ziggurats pierced the azure sky, their mud-brick faces telling stories of gods and men, dreams and struggles. This was a time when whispers of a single language echoed across vast plains and bustling cities. The air was thick with the scent of wet earth and promise, as civilizations began to bloom like wildflowers after a long winter. As the rivers flowed, so did the spirit of humanity. In the small settlements along the banks of the Tigris and Euphrates, families gathered around fires, sharing tales of creation, of divine beings who shaped the world. Each story was a thread woven into the tapestry of existence, binding people together in their quest for understanding. The people believed they were chosen, a unique creation in the view of the heavens, destined for greatness. Yet, lurking beneath their ambitions was an insatiable hunger for more, a thirst to reach the stars, to touch the divine. In the bustling city of Ur, merchants hawked their wares, vibrant textiles and shimmering metals piled high in their stalls. Laughter bounced off the walls, mingling with the shouts of children playing in the streets. But amid the joy, shadows danced along the alleyways. Rivalries simmered, and envy sparked like fire. The people of Ur, like others before them, longed for unity, yet they could not escape the chains of their own pride. How easily the laughter turned to whispers, and whispers to accusations, as alliances shifted like the sandy shores of the nearby riverbanks. Further north, in the cradle of Mesopotamia, the Akkadians emerged, led by Sargon, a figure larger than life, whose dreams were as wide as the sky. He saw a world where city-states could unite under one banner, where the power of language would bind them. But with every rise, there lay the threat of a fall. The Akkadian Empire, a fleeting flame that illuminated the darkness, would face storms of dissent, and the winds of rebellion would howl through its streets like a wild beast, hungry for control. The Babylonians, inheritors of the dreams and struggles of their forebears, would later rise from the ashes of the Akkadian Empire. Babylon, a name whispered with both awe and fear, became a beacon of culture and knowledge. The infamous ziggurat, the Tower of Babel, loomed over the city, a symbol of humanity's relentless pursuit for the heavens. It was said that they aimed to build a staircase to the stars, brick by brick, thought by thought. In their ambition, they wove together a language that could bridge the gap between them, a sweet melody of words that flowed like the Euphrates. Yet, as they spoke their unified tongue, an unnameable tension hung in the air. The more they succeeded, the more they yearned. What would it take to become like the gods? What sacrifices lay ahead? It was as if the very stones of the tower whispered secrets, taunting them with the promise of immortality, yet warning them of the chaos that lurked just beyond their reach. The laughter that once rang through the streets began to falter, replaced by fervent discussions that turned into heated debates. In their quest for greatness, the Babylonians overlooked a simple truth. Unity, while powerful, can also bind tightly and suffocate. As they toiled to construct their tower, the gods watched with a mix of admiration and apprehension. They knew this was a moment when the balance of power could swing dangerously. How ironic that in their desire to be godlike, the Babylonians mirrored the very flaws they sought to transcend. As construction progressed, the spiraling tower reached higher, each layer representing not just stone, but the hopes and dreams of a civilization that had come so far. Yet, the heart of Babel was not just in its architecture. It pulsed in the lives of its people. Onlookers paused, their gazes fixated on the grandeur of their creation. Yet within their hearts lay an unspoken fear. What if they lost the very essence that made them human in the pursuit of the divine? The day came when the skies darkened, clouds swirling like the chaos of human emotion. Rumors of discontent spread like wildfire through the city. Voices that once harmonized in a single language splintered into a cacophony of confusion and dissent. What had begun as a unified dream turned into a nightmare of miscommunication. The tower, once a symbol of ambition, became a stage for fear and division. Fingers pointed, blame was cast, and the people of Babylon, so confident in their strength, found themselves unable to understand one another. The sweet song of their shared language shattered, replaced by discordant notes. The gods, watching their beloved creation implode under the weight of its own hubris, decided to intervene. The confusion was swift and cruel. Just as the sun broke through the clouds, illuminating the grand structure, the voices of the people turned to silence. What emerged from this chaos was a patchwork of languages, each one a fragment of a once unified dream. The very thing they built to bring them closer had driven them apart. The Tower of Babel stood as a testament to human ambition, but also as a reminder of the fragility of unity and the power of misunderstanding. In this swirling storm of emotions, the past collided with the present, and the echoes of ancient civilizations reverberated through time, hinting at the trials yet to come. As the dust settled and the sun dipped below the horizon, the people of Babel found themselves in a world transformed. No longer a single voice, they became a chorus of diverse tongues, each one telling its own story, each one holding its own truth. From the ruins of their collective ambition, a new narrative emerged, one that would shape the civilizations that followed, whispering of hope and despair, unity and division, in a world forever changed. The air was thick with tension, building toward a climax that would reverberate through history, as the journey of the human spirit continued onward, towards uncharted territories and boundless horizons. In the land where the Tigris and Euphrates rivers unfurled like veins through the earth, a whisper of greatness stirred the sands. It was here, in a cradle of civilization, where humanity first tasted the fruits of organized society. Picture an expanse of mud-brick homes, their walls baked by the relentless sun, casting shadows on the bustling streets below. Merchants called out, their voices a chaotic symphony, as camels laden with goods ambled by, their soft grunts punctuating the air of anticipation. This was Mesopotamia, a land where dreams mingled with dust, and the heartbeat of humanity began to echo through time. Amidst this vibrant tapestry, city-states emerged like flowers pushing through cracks in the earth. Each city, a distinct entity, teemed with life and ambition. Uruk, with its towering ziggurat, stood proudly as a beacon of innovation, its walls echoing the laughter of children and the chatter of traders. The scent of fresh bread wafted through the air, mingling with the sharper tang of spices, as the people of Uruk embraced the promise of a new world. Here, the first steps toward writing began to etch themselves into clay tablets, an immortal act of creation, laying the groundwork for knowledge that would transcend generations. Just beyond Uruk's gates, the city of Lagash thrived, its rulers determined to carve their names into the annals of history. The echoes of clashing swords could be heard as rivalries brewed in the dusty streets, each leader driven by a fierce desire for power and influence. The fervor in the air was electric, pulsing with the aspirations of men and women who could feel the weight of destiny on their shoulders. War and peace danced together in a delicate balance, each decision a thread weaving the complex fabric of life in this ancient cradle. In the distance, towering over all, the ziggurat of Ur remained a steadfast sentinel, its tiered structure a testament to mankind's ambition. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the land, the temple's priests prepared for rituals to appease the gods, their chants rising like smoke into the twilight sky. With each prayer, they hoped to win favor for their city, to secure bountiful harvests and protection from the ever-looming threat of marauders. The stakes were high, and the tension palpable as the cities of Mesopotamia played a game of survival, each move crucial in the grand chessboard of existence. In the streets of Eridu, the first city known to man, the scent of wet earth mingled with the pungent aroma of offerings laid at the feet of deities. Here, life was not merely a struggle for survival. It was a sacred dance, woven with threads of spirituality and earthly concerns. The people believed their fates were intertwined with the whims of the gods, and so they offered their crops and livestock in a bid for divine approval. It was a ritual that filled their hearts with hope, even as they faced the grim realities of drought and famine. But hope came with its shadows. The wheels of fortune turned swiftly in Mesopotamia, and with each shift, alliances formed and shattered like glass. Kings rose, their crowns gleaming under the relentless sun, only to be toppled by the very people who once adored them. The thrill of power was intoxicating, yet the throne was a precarious perch. The cries of the common folk rang out, echoing through the alleys as they sought justice against those who would exploit them. The tension escalated, and in the quiet moments of night, conspiracies whispered among the shadows, plotting the downfall of the mighty. Trade flourished, weaving a complex web of economic ties that stretched far beyond the borders of the city-states. The streets of Babylon teemed with the chatter of foreign tongues, as merchants from distant lands exchanged silks and spices for the prized grains that flowed from the fertile valleys. Each transaction was a heartbeat, a connection that transcended cultures and beliefs. Yet behind the bustling markets, a darker undercurrent of greed thrived, threatening to unravel the very fabric of unity that held the city-states together. Amid the chaos, women played their crucial roles, often overlooked yet undeniably essential to the heartbeat of their cities. Some wielded influence behind closed doors, their wisdom shaping the course of history in quiet ways. Others stepped boldly into the public sphere, sharing their talents in the arts and crafts that were the pride of their communities. The air buzzed with their creativity, as pottery was painted and textiles were woven, each piece telling a story of a people determined to leave their mark on this ever-changing landscape. Yet, as the first empires began to take shape, the thrill of progress bore an unforeseen burden. The very fabric of society began to fray as class divisions deepened, and the disparity between the rich and poor widened. In the shadows of opulence, the disenfranchised cried out for change, their voices rising like the tide against the walls of inequality. The tension crackled in the air. It was a storm building, waiting for the right moment to unleash its fury. As the wheels of time continued to turn, the dry, cracked earth beneath their feet bore witness to both triumph and despair. In the heart of this ancient land, the city-states flourished and faltered, each pulse of life a testament to human resilience and ambition. The sun rose and fell, casting its golden glow on both the majestic ziggurats and the humble homes, reminding all who walked the dusty streets that they were part of something greater than themselves. A story of existence, a quest for identity, and a struggle for survival that transcended the ages. Whispers of the past lingered in the air, stories yearning to be told. The rise of city-states was but the beginning of a new chapter, one that would stretch far beyond the horizon, intertwining with the very essence of humanity itself. As the people of Mesopotamia navigated their trials and tribulations, they unknowingly set the stage for the future, where empires would rise and fall, each leaving an indelible mark on the world. And so, the river of history flowed onward, carving its path through the annals of time, carrying with it the hopes, dreams, and struggles of a civilization that dared to dream. The heavens trembled as the first whisper of creation slipped through the void. From the swirling chaos of water, a figure emerged, a force so potent that it made the very fabric of existence quiver. This was Apsu, the god of fresh water, his essence woven into the depths of the abyss. Alongside him danced Tiamat, the great saltwater goddess, her body a tempest of storms and ferocity. In that moment, when time itself was but a flicker of uncertainty, the cosmos held its breath, teetering on the edge of birth. It was in ancient Babylon that these divine beings took shape in the collective imagination of a civilization longing for meaning. The ink-black night was punctuated by the flicker of stars, each one a tiny reminder of the gods watching from the sky. In the hushed corners of temples, priests recited the sacred texts, their voices rising and falling like the waves of the rivers that cradled their city. The Enuma Elish, the epic tale of creation, poured from their lips, linking the people to their origins in an intricate dance of myth and reverence. Apsu and Tiamat's love gave birth to the first gods, a chaotic array of powerful beings who reveled in their existence. But from this joy sprang a shadow, a desire for dominance. As their children grew, so did their restlessness. Marduk, the storm god, emerged as the brightest star among them, a force of nature molded by the tempest of conflict. The air crackled with an electric anticipation, a foreboding that something monumental would soon unfold. One fateful day, the waters of Apsu stirred violently, and Tiamat's fury ignited like 1,000 suns. She sensed betrayal deep within her heart, the whispers of her children plotting against her and Apsu. The earth quaked, and the sky darkened as her rage unfurled. The cosmos felt this shift, a harbinger of the battles that lay ahead. Marduk, the destined hero, stood tall, the weight of the universe resting on his shoulders. The gods were drawn to him, their voices rising in a chorus of fear and hope. The tensions reached a boiling point. The clash of titans echoed through the realms, a cacophony of thunder and lightning as Marduk faced Tiamat in a battle that transcended mortal understanding. Waves crashed, and the air thickened with tension, as Marduk wielded his fierce winds and the fiery breath of creation itself. The sky split open, a canvas painted with chaos. As the two forces clashed, every heart in Babylon felt the tremors of their struggle. Men and women gathered in anxious crowds, their faces upturned, eyes wide with fear and desperation, praying that their champion would prevail. The priests, eyes glazed in ecstasy, murmured invocations, their voices weaving a tapestry of desperation and devotion. With each moment, the pulse of the city quickened, beating in time with the epic battle being waged above them. In one final, cataclysmic moment, Marduk unleashed his judgment. He hurled his net of winds upon Tiamat, ensnaring her in a grasp from which she could not escape. The very fabric of existence held its breath. The outcome would shape the world for eons. With a roar that echoed through the cosmos, Marduk pierced the heart of the great goddess, her essence bursting forth like a star reborn. The heavens and the earth gasped at the power of creation unleashed, and the landscape of the universe shifted forever. The body of Tiamat, torn and transformed, became the land and the sky, the rivers and the mountains. From her blood, life sprang forth. Trees swayed in the warm wind, creatures roamed the earth, and the sun bathed everything in golden light. Marduk stood victorious, a beacon of hope in a world newly forged from chaos. The people of Babylon felt the tremors of creation in their bones, a palpable connection to the divine drama that had just unfolded. In the temples, they carved their stories, inscribing the sacred myths into stone. Their tablets whispered of creation, of the gods who danced in the heavens and the battles that raged in the dark. Each word was a lifeline, tying them to their past, their identity, and their gods. They understood that they were part of a grand tapestry, woven together by the threads of divine intervention. As they gathered during the New Year festival, their voices filled the air, vibrant and full of life. They reenacted Marduk's triumph over Tiamat, their songs rising to the heavens, a tribute to the gods who breathed life into their world. The streets overflowed with color and sound, the very essence of creation vibrating through every heart. The story of Marduk became their anthem, a reminder of their place in the cosmos, a tale that would echo through the ages. But with every story comes a shadow, and in the hearts of the Babylonians lingered the unease of the gods' capriciousness. Though Marduk had vanquished Tiamat, the possibility of chaos always loomed. The priests warned of the delicate balance between order and disorder, the ceaseless struggle that defined their existence. They knew that the very fabric of their world was stitched together with threads of both light and darkness, and they prayed fervently to maintain the favor of their God. As night fell over Babylon, the stars shimmered like the embers of old stories, each one a flicker of connection to the divine. The people sat in silence, their hearts filling with awe and reverence for the myths that intertwined their lives with that of the cosmos. They felt the presence of Apsu and Tiamat, Marduk and the myriad gods who shaped their destiny. The shadows lengthened, and the air thickened with the fragrance of incense burning in the temples. Each flicker of the flame cast dancing shadows on the walls, whispering of both creation and destruction. The stories would continue, and with them, the pulse of Babylon would beat on, a rhythm echoing through the ages, forever entwined with the mythos of its past, forever reaching for the stars. At the break of dawn, a mist hung low over the land, a veil that concealed the vibrant possibilities of a new day. It was here, in this liminal space between night and day, that the first stirrings of a world beyond mere survival began to take shape. The air was thick with the scent of earth and promise. A distant cry of a child echoed, mingling with the rustle of grass, heralding a moment in history that would change the course of humanity forever. For generations, men and women had roamed the vast expanses, their lives dictated by the endless cycle of seasons, the patterns of the stars, and the unyielding instinct to hunt and gather. They were nomads, moving with the herds of animals, their homes as transient as the clouds that drifted overhead. Each sunset brought a new camp, a new gathering of stories shared around flickering fires. But deep within their hearts, there was a yearning, a flicker of hope for something more stable, something permanent. As the sun climbed higher, colors danced vibrantly across the landscape. Hills glistened with dew, and rivers sparkled like diamonds. In this very soil, dreams began to take root. The earliest settlements, humble at first, emerged like whispered secrets among the ancient trees. These were not mere shelters of wood and stone. No, they were declarations of intent, aspirations molded into the earth itself. Communities would rise, bound by more than blood. They would be connected by shared labor, dreams, and an unbreakable thread of hope. One such settlement, nestled by the fertile banks of a river, blossomed with life. Families toiled together, their hands calloused yet strong, planting seeds that promised a harvest beyond their wildest imaginations. Children, with dirt-smudged faces and laughter that rang like bells, chased each other through the fields. There was joy in this labor, a sense of purpose that transcended the struggle for survival. The air hummed with the sounds of progress. It was an orchestra of life, an anthem of humanity's first steps toward permanence. As the sun dipped low, shadows stretched across the land, and whispers of unease began to creep in. The earth, once a generous provider, was not always forgiving. Droughts would come, fierce and unyielding, turning verdant fields into parched wastelands. The once lively rivers would recede, leaving cracks in the earth like the lines of worry etched on a mother's face. Those moments tested the bonds of community, pushing them to the brink. Unity became their lifeline. In shared adversity, they found strength. But the struggles of early life were not confined to the elements. As settlements grew, so did tensions. Conflicts flared over land and resources. The dream of security faced the harsh reality of competition, and with each skirmish, the air grew thick with fear and uncertainty. The very fabric of society began to fray. Yet, within that chaos, something remarkable occurred. People learned to negotiate, to forge alliances, and to protect their homes. The concept of community evolved, and with it emerged a sense of identity, who they were and what they stood for. With time, these settlements transformed into bustling hubs of activity. Trade routes opened up, connecting distant villages like veins in a living body. The laughter of children became intermingled with the shouts of merchants, each one carrying fruits, textiles, and stories from lands unseen. People began to craft items of beauty, ceramics, and jewelry, infusing their daily lives with artistry and meaning. The settlements were no longer just places to eat and sleep. They were vibrant centers of culture, where ideas were exchanged as freely as goods. But amid this flourishing, a stark reality lingered like a shadow. The dreams of urban life, bright and pulsating with energy, came at a cost. The allure of progress often led to the exploitation of the very earth that had nurtured them. Forests were cleared, rivers dammed, and animals driven away. The delicate balance between nature and civilization teetered precariously, and with every step forward, the echo of loss whispered in the background, a reminder of what was sacrificed on the altar of ambition. In the twilight of their existence, the early settlers faced a reckoning. The vibrant life they had built was threatened by the weight of their own advancements. Yet, in that struggle, there were glimmers of hope. The notion of community began to pivot once more, becoming a force for healing rather than division. They gathered, not just as individuals but as a collective, to protect what remained. They understood that survival now meant preserving the land, nurturing the spirit that had once guided them through the wilderness. As night fell, the stars emerged, twinkling like the dreams of those who had come before. The firelight flickered on the faces of the settlers, illuminating their determination, their fear, their collective hope. They whispered stories of their ancestors, tales of wandering and wonder, of survival against all odds. The bonds of kinship tightened, and they vowed to honor the land that had borne them and the dreams that had guided them. But just as the embers of their fire began to cool, the world outside was shifting again. New tribes, new ideas, and new challenges were on the horizon. The cycle of human existence was poised to move once more, a dance that would see them evolve yet again, from the roots of their humble beginnings into something altogether different. The dawn of urban life was approaching, a blend of dreams and fears that would shape their next chapter, intertwining their past with a future filled with both promise and peril, waiting to unfold like the petals of a flower yearning for the sun. The journey ahead was as uncertain as the darkness that loomed, but one thing was clear: the story of humanity was just beginning to be written. In a time long before the written word, before the flicker of electric lights and the hum of digital screens, there was a world vibrant with raw emotion and unspoken thought. In the stillness of the night, around flickering fires, the sounds of laughter and grief intertwined like a dance as early humans gathered, their faces illuminated by glowing embers. They had no written symbols, no letters to etch on stone, yet their hearts beat in synchrony, a universal rhythm of being alive. As the flames crackled, to a keen ear, something extraordinary unfolded. A symphony of sounds, gestures, and expressions. A mother cradled her baby, her gentle humming a protective cocoon. A father's roar of laughter punctuated by wild hand movements as he recounted tales of brave hunts. The air was thick with meaning, even as words were absent. Each flick of a wrist, every tilt of a head, was imbued with the very essence of communication, an instinctive yearning to be understood, to connect. In these moments, humanity's first language was born. It rippled through time, an unbroken thread weaving together generations. The early humans spoke not just with their mouths, but with their entire beings, tapping into something deep and primal. Every smile, every frown, was a word. Every touch, an entire sentence. They shared stories of survival, of loss and joy, crafting a tapestry rich with emotions that would echo through the ages. Yet, as the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness settled in, bringing with it a profound silence. The stars twinkled like distant dreams, and something hauntingly beautiful lingered in the air. The realization that communication is more than mere words. It is a song sung in the silent spaces between thoughts, a bridge spanning the chasm of isolation. As generations passed, the need to express ideas and emotions grew. In the shadows of towering cliffs, early artists drew upon the rock faces, their hands stained with the colors of the earth. With every stroke, they spoke of the hunt, of sacred rituals, of their very existence. These paintings were the first symbols, a language of shapes and colors that transcended time, whispering secrets to those who would come long after. The animals they painted, the mighty buffalo, the graceful deer, were more than images. They were prayers for sustenance, for life itself. The walls of caves became a testament to their struggles and triumphs. The figures danced across the stone, alive with movement, as if longing to step off the walls and into the breath of the world. Each image captured a moment, a heartbeat in the vast tapestry of human experience, leaving behind traces of emotion that would echo through millennia. Somewhere in the midst of this vibrant expression, a new tool was born, the spoken word. As fires roared and shadows danced, words began to form. At first, they were simple sounds, guttural and raw, but with each conversation, they blossomed into something more complex. Sounds morphed into names, nouns became verbs, and the world opened up like a flower, vibrant and alive. Stories flowed, weaving connections between people and their surroundings, anchoring them to one another. But with the beauty of language came the weight of responsibility. Misunderstandings could spark conflict. A simple miscommunication could turn friends into foes. The dawn of language was not just a gift. It was a double-edged sword. A leader's words could rally a tribe, igniting fierce loyalty, or they could sow seeds of doubt, leading to deep rifts. The power of language became an echo that could build kingdoms or tear them apart. In the heart of sprawling villages, discussions echoed through open spaces. Elders gathered, their voices rich with wisdom, weaving tales of glory and caution. Youngsters, wide-eyed and eager, listened, absorbing the stories like thirsty roots reaching for water. In these interactions, language not only entertained but educated, creating a bridge across generations. Words were no longer just sounds. They were life itself, an atlas of experiences, emotions, and dreams. The beauty of communication blossomed further with the advent of the written word. As ancient scribes etched symbols onto clay tablets and parchment, a revolution ignited. The world suddenly expanded beyond the confines of the spoken. Knowledge could be preserved, ideas could transcend time and space. For the first time, a person far away could receive a message from another, a whisper from a different era. The written word became a vessel, carrying dreams and warnings, hopes and histories, transforming human interaction forever. Yet with this new power came the weight of responsibility. The written word, like the spoken, could inspire but also destroy, could fuel revolutions, spark love, or incite hatred. The quill became both a pen of creation and a sword of destruction, wielded by those who understood its power and those who did not. As centuries rolled on, languages blossomed, branching out like the vast roots of an ancient tree. Each dialect, Each accent was a world unto itself, breathing life into diverse cultures. Songs, poems, and stories thrived in every corner of the earth, echoing the emotions that tied humanity together. The passion of a poet resonated in the laughter of a child, the sorrow of a mother, the hope of a visionary. In bustling markets filled with vibrant colors and intoxicating scents, the air hummed with the melody of voices. People negotiated, shared dreams, and forged friendships. In those moments, beneath the cacophony of sounds, something magical occurred. Connections were made, hearts intertwined, proving that communication was not simply about exchanging words. It was about building community, forging identity. Yet, like the softest whispers carried on the wind, the origins of communication remind us of a timeless truth. Language, at its core, is a reflection of humanity's deepest desires and fears. It is a dance of emotion, a fragile bridge that connects us to one another, allowing us to share the weight of our existence. And as humanity continues its journey through time, the quest for understanding and connection remains an unending song, echoing through the ages, waiting for new voices to join in. In this delicate balance of expression lies the very essence of what it means to be human and the story of communication. Like a thread woven through the fabric of life, continues to unfold, inviting all to listen, to feel, and to share in the beautiful chaos of being alive. In a time when the world was a vast expanse of uncertainty, with shadows lurking behind every tree and the unknown whispering through the winds, humanity stood at a crossroads. A small band of early humans, their faces lit by the flickering flames of a communal fire, shared stories of triumph and despair. Each tale, woven with the threads of survival, echoed with a powerful truth. Together, they could conquer the wild. The crackling fire was more than just warmth. It was a beacon of hope, illuminating the profound ambition that burned within their souls, a desire for unity and cooperation. As the flames danced, they reminded everyone present that their strength lay in one another. With each shared meal, each laugh that rang into the night, the bonds between them grew tighter, like the intricate knots of a fisherman's net, stronger together than apart. The hunt for food, which had once been a solitary endeavor, transformed into a communal event, where each person played their part. Men and women alike ventured into the forest with spears made from sharpened stones, their hearts pounding with adrenaline and their spirits buoyed by the knowledge that they were not alone. The thrill of the chase was as intoxicating as the blood that surged through their veins. There was a moment when the air was thick with anticipation, a silence that fell like a blanket over the forest as they stalked their prey. Suddenly, a deer broke through the underbrush, and in an explosive mix of instinct and strategy, the group sprang into action. Their movements became a dance, each member understanding their role without a word spoken. This was not merely survival. It was a testament to their collective ambition. They were more than individuals. They were one heartbeat, one fierce spirit, racing towards success. But ambition also sparked conflict. In the flickering light of that fire, shadows danced not just with joy but with jealousy and fear. As tribes began to form, so too did rivalries. The hunt that once united them now threatened to tear them apart. When one group returned from a successful hunt, their triumph could stir discontent in others who had failed. Whispers of resentment slithered through the night, and the once harmonious laughter was sometimes replaced by tense silence. The challenges of cooperation grew as ambitions clashed, and the pressure to assert dominance simmered. Yet, with each struggle emerged a deeper understanding of the need for collaboration. As they faced the daunting specter of scarcity, the early societies discovered that shared resources could lift them all. The wisdom of the elders came forth like a river, flowing through generations. "We are stronger together," they would remind the young. "No feast is a feast without those we love beside us." The wisdom, filled with the weight of experience, forged a sense of responsibility among them. Every member began to recognize that selfishness could spell disaster, while cooperation could lead to abundance. Women, too, held a pivotal role in this dance of unity. As they tended the hearths and nurtured the young, they also gathered wild grains and herbs, their hands skilled in the art of preparation. The world outside may have been harsh, but within their homes flourished compassion and care. They shared their knowledge of the land, teaching others how to cultivate and store food. This exchange of ideas and skills became a lifeline, weaving a rich tapestry of interdependence that bound the community together, layer by layer. There were nights when the stars seemed to stretch endlessly across the sky, and beneath them, promises were made. They would gather under that celestial canopy, voices rising like the smoke from their fires, pledging allegiance to one another. In those moments, a sense of belonging enveloped them, a warmth greater than any fire could provide. They were not just surviving. They were building a legacy, a story that would echo through the ages, the story of humanity's relentless quest for connection. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow upon their world, a new dawn began to emerge. The tribes that had once clashed over resources now started to recognize the strength that lay in forming alliances. They began to trade, sharing not only goods but also cultures, ideas, and dreams. The act of bartering became a bridge, connecting distant groups and creating an intricate network of relationships. In the exchange of goods, they discovered the beauty of diversity, a new way of thinking that expanded their horizons. With every trade, every encounter, the ambition of mankind shifted from mere survival to a profound aspiration for community. They learned the value of trust, for it was trust that transformed simple transactions into lasting partnerships. The early societies began to grasp that cooperation could yield more than just food. It could foster innovation, creativity, and progress. The world around them was changing, and with it, their understanding of what it meant to be human. As seasons passed, laughter echoed through the valleys and songs filled the air, celebrating the spirit of unity. They erected simple totems, marking the places where tribes would come together to share in festivals, their colors and sounds spilling like a vibrant river into the landscape. Unity was no longer a mere necessity. It blossomed into a cherished ideal, a fire that burned bright within the hearts of all. But even amidst this vibrant tapestry, shadows loomed. The ambition to unite was powerful, yet it was not without its trials. As more tribes converged, the threat of dominance from stronger groups lingered in the air. Would the collective ambition for cooperation withstand the challenges posed by those who sought to exploit difference? Would the bonds they had forged survive the weight of ambition that sought to tear at the fabric of their unity? In this pivotal moment, the future of early societies hung in the balance, a fragile thread woven from both hope and fear. As the moon bathed the world in its silvery glow, the fires flickered, casting playful shadows that danced upon the earth. The ambitions of mankind were stirring, and the winds of change began to blow, whispering secrets of both solidarity and strife, urging them to navigate the storm together or risk losing it all. A single brick, no larger than a child's hand, lay on the dusty ground. It was a humble piece of clay, but like the dreams of those who gathered around it, it held the promise of something monumental. Still warm from the mold, it symbolized not just a building block, but the very pulse of an idea that crackled through the air like electricity. This was the place where hopes soared and ambitions melded, where the air was thick with a potent mix of excitement and fear, the birthplace of a legend that would rise to meet the sky. In an age when the world was still largely uncharted, there existed a society brimming with potential. The people of Shinar, descendants of Shem, were tired of the constraints that bound them to small villages. They craved something more, a place not just to survive, but to thrive, to carve out a destiny that echoed through time. As they gathered under the vast, star-speckled sky, their hearts raced with dreams of a city that could touch the heavens themselves. Amidst the throng stood a man named Nimrod, a hunter of renown, whose very name inspired awe. He was not just a leader, he was a firebrand of vision, his spirit igniting the aspirations of those around him. With a voice that resonated like thunder, he rallied them together, urging them to build a tower that would reach into the skies, a beacon of their unity, strength, and ambition. "Let us make a name for ourselves," he proclaimed, his eyes burning with intensity. The whispers of dissent were drowned by the roar of collective ambition. This was the beginning of Babel, The initial purpose of the city was as simple as it was profound. It was a sanctuary for the weary, a place where all could come together, sharing their talents, their stories, and their dreams. Here, they would forge a new identity, one woven from the threads of diverse tongues and cultures. The plan was not merely to construct buildings of stone and clay. They envisioned a society where knowledge flowed like the Tigris and Euphrates, where ideas could be shared freely, unbound by the barriers of language or fear. As the first stones were laid, the air buzzed with a thrilling kind of chaos. Men and women worked tirelessly, their hands stained with mud, their voices ringing out in a symphony of purpose. Children darted between the laborers, their laughter a bright counterpoint to the laboring sounds of chiseling and pounding. But within this harmony lay the seeds of tension, for the lines between ambition and hubris were thin, and the aspirations of mortals often danced precariously close to the will of the divine. As the tower began to rise, day by day, brick by brick, it became a symbol of hope and rebellion. The people of Babel were not merely building a tower. They were crafting a challenge to the very heavens. They believed they could ascend to the realm of the gods, to gain wisdom and power that was not meant for mere mortals. An exhilaration hung in the air, intoxicating and dangerous. Would they truly reach the heavens? Or would they find themselves crushed beneath the weight of their own ambition? But as night fell and the stars twinkled like distant dreams, a shadow loomed over their aspirations. The more they built, the more they diverged from the very purpose that had united them. Once harmonious voices began to fracture into a cacophony of languages, each with its own rhythm and melody. What had started as a grand assembly of shared goals slowly morphed into a disjointed struggle for understanding, communication faltering as pride crept into their hearts. In the midst of this crescendo of confusion, a chilling realization dawned. The very thing that had brought them together, language, was now tearing them apart. The excitement of creation turned to frustration. The laughter of children faded into silence, and the once vibrant community now teetered on the edge of chaos. The tower, once a symbol of collective aspiration, began to feel like a monument to their discord, a looming testament to their hubris. As they stood beneath the towering structure, a bewildering mixture of fear and determination coursed through their veins. The air crackled with tension, as if the heavens themselves were watching, waiting for the next move. Some began to question if they had overstepped, if their ambitions had provoked an unseen force. In hushed tones, they pondered the stories of old, the tales of those who had dared to defy the gods. Yet still, others pressed on, fueled by the fever of their dreams, unwilling to concede defeat. Nimrod stood at the base of the tower, his heart filled with both pride and dread. He had envisioned a legacy, a marvel that would echo through the ages, but now he sensed the tremors of a greater force at play. The winds whispered warnings, the very earth beneath his feet felt restless, as if alive with the weight of their defiance. He raised his voice, attempting to rally the faltering spirits around him. Yet, as he spoke, he could feel the words slipping away, lost amidst the swirling confusion of tongues. That night, a storm gathered in the distance, dark clouds rolling in like an army of shadows, threatening to swallow the light. The people of Babel paused, their hammers suspended mid-air, eyes turned skyward. Lightning crackled ominously, and in that moment, they stood united not by purpose but by fear. The city they had built, once a manifestation of their dreams, now loomed like a giant, awakened and furious. The ground trembled beneath their feet as the first raindrops fell, heavy and relentless. With each drop, the whispers of creation turned into cries of panic. Would the dreams of Babel wash away with the storm? Would the tower crumble, taking with it the hopes and ambitions of a people who dared to reach for the heavens? The air thickened with a sense of impending doom, and for the first time, the inhabitants of Babel were struck by the heavy weight of their choices. And as the storm unleashed its fury, shaking the very foundations of the city, a voice echoed from within the clouds, a voice that spoke not in words, but in a commanding silence that resonated through their very souls. It was a reminder that no matter how high they soared, they were still bound to the earth. The people of Babel stood at a precipice, teetering between their dreams and the consequences of their defiance. As the tempest raged, it became uncertain whether Babel would withstand the storm, or if it would crumble under the weight of their ambition. The night deepened, and the skies grew darker, leaving only the flickering lights of their torches to chase away the shadows. But even then, amidst the chaos, a solitary thought ignited like a spark in the darkness. This was not just about bricks and stone. This was about their very identity, a question that reached deeper than the soil beneath their feet, a challenge that would reverberate for eternity. In the dim light of early morning, as the sun's first rays kissed the ancient plains of Mesopotamia, a figure stood tall against the horizon. Clad in rich robes that flowed like the Euphrates River, Nimrod was not just a man. He was a force of nature, a king whose very name would echo through the ages. His silhouette, framed by the rising sun, hinted at the colossal ambitions that stirred within him. They said he was born of a heart aflame with dreams, destined to rise above the ordinary and carve his legend into the very fabric of the earth. Nimrod was a hunter, fierce and untamed, known for his unmatched prowess in the hunting grounds of the ancient world. Yet beneath his rugged exterior lay a mind filled with grand visions. He did not merely wish to conquer the wild. He longed to conquer time itself. It was whispers of his audacious ideas that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to listen. His eyes burned with a kind of fire that could ignite nations, and the people felt the weight of his ambitions as if they were tangible. The air crackled with possibility whenever he spoke, filling the hearts of his followers with an intoxicating mixture of hope and fear. The tales of Nimrod's kingdom were woven into the very soil of Mesopotamia. He ruled over a sprawling empire, where cities thrived under his watchful gaze. His subjects believed in him fiercely, for he gave them not just a ruler but a purpose. He was the architect of their dreams, a builder of cities whose walls rose high into the clouds, challenging the gods themselves. But with every brick laid, the air thickened with tension, and the sound of hammers striking stone echoed ominously in the streets. As the sun climbed higher, the grand city of Babel began to take form, its majestic towers reaching skyward like the aspirations of its people. Nimrod envisioned a world united under a single language, a single purpose, aspiring to touch the heavens. He gathered the brightest minds of his time, urging them to lend their skills to his magnificent endeavor. The people worked tirelessly, driven by the magnetic pull of his unwavering belief. Day turned into night, and still the work did not cease, for what they were creating was not just a tower, but a monument to human ambition. Yet, with every block that ascended toward the clouds, shadows stalked the builders. Murmurs of dissent began to swirl among the people, for not everyone shared Nimrod's vision. Some feared the heights they sought to reach, believing it to be a hubris that would provoke the wrath of the divine. Tales of ancient gods watching from above filled the air with unease. Did they remember the stories of the flood, of what happened when humanity reached too far? The intense labor, once unifying, began to sow seeds of doubt. In the quiet moments, when the stars peeked through the veil of darkness, Nimrod would gaze upon his creation, the gleam of ambition mingling with a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. He felt the weight of the world pressing down on him, and despite his strength, there were nights when he questioned if the gods looked favorably upon him. Did they grant favor to those who dared to dream, or did they simply wait for the moment to strike? His heart raced with the thrill of potential, yet trembled with the fear of failure. The tower grew, yet so did the tension, like a taut string pulled to its limit. Then one day, as the sun blazed fiercely overhead, a deafening roar echoed through Babel. It was not the sound of hammers striking stone, but a cacophony of confusion and chaos. The builders, once united by a singular purpose, started speaking in tongues, a flurry of languages pouring forth from their lips, as if the very earth had opened up to swallow their dreams. Nimrod stood at the base of the tower, watching in horror as his vision crumbled before his eyes. The ambition that had once glimmered with promise now twisted into a mocking specter, a reminder of humanity's fragile grasp on unity. Babel became a chaos of stumbling words and broken dreams. The people scattered, their faces filled with bewilderment and fear. Some fled back to their homes, hearts heavy with the weight of lost aspirations. Others remained, looking to Nimrod for guidance. But how could he lead them when he himself felt lost? The weight of his dreams was suffocating, and the echoes of his grand vision seemed to taunt him with every heartbeat. In those frantic moments, he realized that he had sought to build not just a tower, but a bridge to heaven, unaware of the fragile nature of such ambition. The laughter of the gods echoed in his ears, a reminder that hubris could lead even the most powerful to ruin. As Babel's walls crumbled, so too did the unity he had fought so hard to forge. The whispers of his once loyal subjects turned into shouts of fear and confusion. Nimrod's heart ached as he witnessed the unraveling of not just his city, but of the very dreams he had meticulously crafted. Yet even amid this turmoil, a quiet resolve began to stir within him. Nimrod was not one to retreat easily. He was a king, a builder. As he looked among his people, he saw not only confusion but also the glimmers of resilience. Would he let this moment define him, or would he rise from the ashes of Babel, stronger and more determined than ever? The choice loomed before him like the crumbling stones of his once mighty tower, teetering on the edge of oblivion. Fueled by a newfound determination, Nimrod's voice rose above the chaos, cutting through the din of despair. He spoke of perseverance, of rebuilding, of learning from the mistakes that had led to this moment. The winds of change rustled through Babel, weaving tales of hope amidst the ruins. The people, though fearful, began to listen. They felt the embers of aspiration rekindling within them, igniting a spark that promised new beginnings. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting shadows that danced across the remnants of Babel, Nimrod stood tall once more. The night was far from over, and neither was his ambition. Though the tower lay in ruins, his spirit would not falter. The echoes of his laughter and the strength of his conviction would rise again, for he was more than just a king. He was Nimrod, a builder of dreams, and this was only the beginning. In a bustling city, the sun dipped low, casting long shadows that danced along the glass and steel facades of skyscrapers. They pierced the skyline like giants, each one a testament to human ambition, ingenuity, and dreams. The air hummed with the sounds of life, the whoosh of cars, the laughter of children, and the distant echo of construction, an unending symphony of progress. But beneath this vibrant surface lay a story woven with the threads of architectural innovation, where technology met creativity to shape the world around us. From the ancient ziggurats of Mesopotamia to the soaring cathedrals of Europe, buildings have always been more than mere structures. They are a reflection of human spirit, a canvas on which society paints its aspirations and fears. The Roman aqueducts, with their majestic arches, whispered tales of engineering prowess that harnessed gravity to deliver life-giving water to sprawling cities. Those innovations not only transformed landscapes but also influenced how communities flourished. The Romans understood that infrastructure was the backbone of civilization, and with every stone laid, they connected people and ideas, creating an intricate web of urban life. As centuries rolled by, the Renaissance ignited a fire of creativity, bringing forth architects like Brunelleschi and Michelangelo. His dome at Florence, a marvel of its time, symbolized not just religious devotion but the triumph of human intellect over the constraints of nature. The use of perspective in architecture transformed spaces, allowing light to flow and dance within walls, creating a sense of divine inspiration. In those moments, the interplay between light and shadow became a language of its own, speaking to the souls of those who entered. The Industrial Revolution erupted, bringing with it a torrent of change. The steam engine powered not only factories but also the dreams of urban planners. The rise of steel and glass altered the landscape forever. Buildings soared higher, defying gravity, as iron beams replaced stone. In Chicago, the birthplace of the skyscraper, architects like Louis Sullivan proclaimed that form follows function. This mantra ignited a new era, where design met utility and structures began to reflect the bustling lives within them. The buildings whispered of innovation, their facades adorned with intricate ornamentation that spoke of an age when artistry wove seamlessly into the fabric of urban life. Yet, with innovation came responsibility. The tenements of the late 19th century stood as stark reminders of excess and neglect. Crowded, dark, and devoid of hope, they told grim stories of poverty and struggle. But from this darkness emerged a new vision. Urban planners began to dream of green spaces, of parks that breathed life into concrete jungles. Olmsted's Central Park was not merely a space of leisure. It was a sanctuary for the weary, a reminder that nature could coexist with progress. The park became a heartbeat in the city, offering solace amid the chaos and a gathering place for community, where stories intertwined under the shade of ancient trees. As cities continued to evolve, innovative technologies emerged, bringing forth new possibilities. The introduction of reinforced concrete revolutionized construction, allowing for bold designs that had once lived only in the minds of dreamers. In the mid-20th century, architects like Le Corbusier envisioned a world where functionalism met beauty, shaping cities that prioritized human experience. His modular system redefined proportion, blending mathematics with artistry to create harmonious living spaces. The buildings became not just places to live but environments that nurtured the human spirit. With the dawn of the digital age, new tools transformed the architectural landscape once again. Computer-aided design, CAD, allowed architects to push boundaries, crafting intricate structures that blurred the lines between the physical and virtual worlds. The shimmering curves of the Guggenheim Museum in Bilbao, designed by Frank Gehry, seemed to flow like water, challenging the very notion of what a building could be. Each twist and turn told a story of innovation, creativity, and a bold leap into the unknown. But as cities grew taller and more complex, a darker narrative emerged. The shadows cast by looming skyscrapers often concealed the struggles of those left behind. Gentrification emerged as a force that reshaped communities, pushing out those who had once called these neighborhoods home. The very technology that promised progress began to highlight the disparities within urban environments, creating a chasm between the haves and have-nots. The tension mounted, and the cries for equity echoed louder, urging architects and planners to rethink their role in society. Amid this maelstrom, some architects began to embrace sustainability, allowing the echoes of the past to guide their visions for the future. The concept of green architecture took root, urging a reconciliation between nature and urbanity. Buildings clad in living walls and solar panels became symbols of hope, revitalizing communities while respecting the planet. The Bullitt Center in Seattle, hailed as one of the greenest commercial buildings, stands as a beacon of possibility. Its design integrates nature into daily life, reminding all that humanity's progress need not come at the expense of the earth. As the sun set on yet another day, the city remained a living organism, pulsing with energy and anticipation. Innovations in transportation, smart technologies, and adaptive reuse are reshaping urban landscapes, urging a return to the essence of community. The streets buzzed with ideas, where artists, activists, and architects collaborated to create spaces that reflect the diversity of human experience. It became evident that the future was not just about buildings but about the people who inhabit them, how they connect, thrive, and dream within their walls. In this ever-evolving urban tapestry, the whispers of history mingle with the hopes of tomorrow. Each brick and beam tells a story, a testament to human resilience and creativity. The buildings stand tall, not just as structures, but as guardians of memories, dreams, and aspirations. And as the city lights twinkled to life, they illuminated a path forward, beckoning all to become part of the narrative. A narrative that would continue to unfold, filled with endless possibilities and the promise of new beginnings. As the first rays of dawn break over the horizon, the silhouette of a towering structure stands proudly against the soft blush of the sky. Its form is majestic, a testament to human creativity and ambition, reaching for the heavens as if in defiance of earthly limitations. This is no ordinary building. It is a symbol of dreams realized and challenges faced, a monument to human achievement that tells stories of perseverance, ingenuity, and hope. From ancient civilizations to modern cities, towers have captured the imagination. The Great Pyramid of Giza, built around 2580 BC, represents not only the might of ancient Egypt, but also the unyielding spirit of the human endeavor. Crafted with over 2 million limestone blocks, each weighing tons, it stood as a beacon of the pharaoh's greatness, a celestial ladder to the afterlife. Even today, as one stands at its base, awe washes over the visitor, feelings of smallness and inspiration intertwining. The pyramid whispers tales of countless laborers who toiled under the hot sun, driven by purpose, united in a grand vision. As centuries rolled by, the Tower of Babel looms large in the collective consciousness. A towering ambition to reach the heavens, its construction brought together a diverse group of people, each contributing their unique skills. But this grand project was not without its trials. Their unity crumbled, and the tower fell, symbolizing the fragility of human aspirations when marred by division and misunderstanding. Yet, the tale serves as a poignant reminder that even in failure, there is a lesson. It prompts reflection on the significance of collaboration and the need for understanding among humanity. Moving forward in time, the Gothic cathedrals rise, their spires piercing the sky. Take Chartres Cathedral, with its intricate stained glass windows depicting narratives of faith and history. Standing within its stone walls, one feels wrapped in a tapestry of emotions, a mixture of reverence, nostalgia, and connection to the past. Each archway and column, meticulously crafted, speaks of the artisans who poured their souls into the project, tirelessly working to create something that transcended their individual existence. The tower here is not merely a structure. It is a vessel of collective memory, a sacred space where human effort becomes divine. Fast forward to the modern age, and the Eiffel Tower stands as a marvel of engineering, a daring leap into the future. When it was unveiled for the 1889 World's Fair, it was met with skepticism, derision even. Yet, in its bold iron frame, the vision of an industrialized society took shape. Gustave Eiffel himself faced relentless criticism, yet he persisted, fueled by a belief in progress. Now, it greets millions of visitors with open arms, a symbol of romance and dreams. Standing at its feet, one can't help but feel a swell of pride for the human spirit that dared to construct something so audacious, so profoundly beautiful. The World Trade Center towers, once a part of the New York skyline, encapsulate resilience and hope. They were not just buildings. They were a declaration of a city's heartbeat, a symbol of ambition and dreams entwined with the very fabric of American life. The tragic events of September 11th transformed these towers into symbols of loss, but also of rebirth. The new One World Trade Center rises from the ashes, a phoenix sending its message of strength and recovery into the clear blue sky, reminding all who gaze upon it that the human spirit is indomitable. Across the ocean, the Burj Khalifa stretches higher than any other structure, a crown jewel of modern engineering. Standing at an astounding 2,717 feet, it represents a new era of ambition, where the sky is not the limit but the starting point for what can be achieved. In its towering height, it embodies the dreams of a rapidly advancing world, a blend of art and science that commands respect and admiration. Beneath its shadow, people from all walks of life gather, united by a shared sense of wonder and possibility. Yet, the symbolism of towers goes beyond mere height and architectural brilliance. They are mirrors reflecting the society that built them, capturing the hopes and dreams, the struggles and triumphs of generations. In the shadows of their foundations lie stories of lives lived, of communities shaped, and of histories etched into stone. Each structure holds echoes of laughter, whispers of sorrow, and the heartbeat of those who dared to dream. As the sun begins to set, casting a golden hue across the towers, there's a palpable energy in the air, a reminder that these monuments represent more than bricks and mortar. They embody the essence of human resilience, the relentless pursuit of progress. Each tower tells a story of the past, urging the present to continue the legacy of dreaming big, of aiming high, and of building not just for oneself, but for generations to come. The stories interweave, creating a tapestry rich with emotion and inspiration. As the lights from the towers flicker on like stars awakening in the night sky, The journey of humanity is encapsulated in these structures, standing tall against the winds of time, bearing witness to our greatest achievements. Just as the first rays of dawn give way to the vibrant colors of a new day, the legacy of these towering monuments continues to inspire, urging individuals to reach for their own heights, to forge their paths, and to leave footprints that will echo long after they are gone. And as the night deepens, the towers stand unwavering, reminding all who gaze upon them that in the pursuit of dreams, in the struggle against adversity, in the act of creation, there lies an unbreakable bond, a bond that links the past with the present and the dreams of tomorrow. The stories entwine, each echoing the other, as they beckon forward into an endless horizon of possibility. The narrative unfolds, ready to take the next leap, to soar even higher into the unknown. A thin veil of dust hung in the air as the sun began to set over Babylon, casting a golden hue over its majestic walls. Merchants bustled through the crowded streets, their vibrant garments swaying as they carried baskets filled with spices, textiles, and precious metals. The scent of cardamom and cinnamon wafted through the air, mingling with the laughter of children playing in the alleys and the soft murmur of families gathering for evening meals. In this ancient city, the pulse of life resonated with the rhythm of trade, where every transaction was a link in a vast network connecting distant lands and cultures. As the markets thrived, so did the stories of shared dreams and aspirations. A young merchant named Nabu strolled through the city with a heart full of ambition. He had just returned from a long journey along the Silk Road, laden with silk from China and fragrant spices from India. Each piece he carried held the promise of prosperity, but more importantly, they connected him to the tales of far-off lands and the people who inhabited them. In his mind, he could still hear the laughter of the traders he met, their eyes shining with the joy of sharing not just goods, but traditions, languages, and ideas. Beside him, a woman named Amat, known for her exquisite pottery, shared her own experience of cultural exchange. She spoke of the day a traveler from Egypt visited her workshop, admiring her craftsmanship. He had shown her the art of glazing, a technique she had never seen before. As she listened to him describe the vibrant hues of the Nile, she felt a spark of inspiration igniting within her. The pottery she created afterward was not just clay and paint. It was a fusion of influences, a testament to the connections made through trade. At the same time, in the shadow of the Grand Ziggurat, scholars gathered in the quiet corners of the Temple of Marduk. They pored over scrolls filled with knowledge brought from the farthest reaches of the empire, mathematics from the Babylonians, astronomy from the Egyptians, and philosophy from the Greeks. Each scroll, a vessel carrying wisdom across endless landscapes, was a reminder that knowledge, like trade, flourished best when shared. The exchange of ideas became a pathway to enlightenment, a bridge that spanned cultures and civilizations. As night fell, the soft glow of oil lamps illuminated the gathering places. Stories were exchanged over meals, where flavors of various cuisines danced on the tongues of those gathered. A dish from the Levant, fragrant with herbs and spices, mingled with Babylonian bread, creating a symphony of taste that echoed the harmony of interconnected lives. The laughter and chatter filled the air, weaving threads of unity that bound the diverse inhabitants of the city together, even as they each clung to their unique identities. However, the vibrancy of cultural exchange was not without its shadows. With each caravan that rolled into the city, tales of conflict and strife followed. A neighboring kingdom, envious of Babylon's wealth, plotted to sever the lifelines that connected them to distant lands. Whispers of war began to circulate, sending waves of anxiety through the bustling markets. Nabu sensed the tension as he bartered with a merchant from Persia, their voices rising above the clamor of the crowd. Each deal, once a celebration of camaraderie, now felt laden with uncertainty. The threat loomed larger with each passing day. The vibrant colors of the marketplace dimmed as fear tightened its grip. Amat's pottery, once a symbol of creativity, could become a weapon in the hands of a soldier. The scholars, who spoke of peace and knowledge, found themselves racing against time, knowing that the wisdom they cherished might soon be silenced by the drumbeats of war. Each scroll they penned felt heavier, weighed down by the knowledge that ideas could become tools of power, manipulated and twisted by those who sought dominance. In the flickering light of the lamps, bonds began to fray. A traitor from the north refused to share his secrets, fearing that they might be used against him. The once thriving exchange of stories turned into guarded glances and whispered accusations. The beauty of cultural exchange began to fade, overshadowed by the threatening clouds of division. But not all was lost. Amidst the chaos, Nabu and Amat realized their shared dreams could not be extinguished by fear. They gathered their friends, merchants, artisans, and scholars, determined to protect the very fabric of their lives. Together, they organized a festival, a celebration of unity amidst the storms of uncertainty. As the date approached, a sense of anticipation ignited the hearts of many. People from neighboring regions were invited to share their crafts, their tales, and their cuisines, an unyielding assertion that diversity was their strength. The day of the festival dawned bright and clear, with the sun casting its warm rays over the city. The streets of Babylon transformed into an explosion of color and sound. Musicians played lively tunes that echoed through the walls, while dancers adorned in bright fabrics twirled joyfully, each movement a testament to the shared joy of life. The air was filled with the aroma of spices, mingling in a celebration of life itself, a reminder that cultural exchange could not be silenced. As dusk settled, the festival glowed with the light of 1,000 lanterns. Nabu watched as laughter erupted from the crowd, the sound lifting his spirits. He felt the weight of the world ease as he joined Amat at her booth, where her beautifully crafted pottery glistened in the soft light. Each piece reflected not just her artistry, but the stories of her journeys, the whispers of distant lands that had come to life in her hands. The festival became a tapestry woven from the threads of countless cultures, each contribution a vibrant hue that enriched the collective spirit of Babylon. And so, under the vast expanse of a star-studded sky, as the fire crackled and the music swirled around them, Nabu and Amat realized that amidst the looming shadows of discord, hope and connection could thrive. The intermingling of trade routes had forged a bond more resilient than they could have imagined. The pulse of Babylon continued to beat, fueled by the unquenchable desire for understanding and unity. And as the festival carried on into the night, the stories shared would echo through time, waiting to inspire generations yet to come, bridging the gap between cultures, cementing the notion that even in the face of uncertainty, the beauty of cultural exchange would never fade. The air was thick with incense, swirling like whispers of ancient secrets in the vast temple of Marduk, the chief god of Babylon. Statues of polished stone loomed like watchful sentinels, their eyes glistening with the weight of worship and devotion. The flickering flames of oil lamps cast dancing shadows upon the walls, illuminating murals depicting the great creation myth where Marduk triumphed over the chaos of Tiamat. Each stroke of paint was a prayer, each chiseled line a testament to the people's faith. In this city, religion was not just a belief, it was life itself. The Babylonians lived and breathed their faith, weaving it into the very fabric of their existence. They believed that the gods were intimately involved in their daily lives, guiding them through trials and triumphs, and their every action was a reflection of the divine. The farmers prayed for rain, the merchants for fair trade, and the families for health and prosperity. The gods, they felt, held the threads of fate in their hands. One could hear the resonant chants echoing through the streets, a chorus of devotion rising from the people like a wave of sound. Inside the temple, priests adorned in elaborate robes moved with solemn reverence, their hands deftly performing rituals that had been passed down through generations. They offered sacrifices of grain and livestock, their hearts filled with both fear and hope, knowing that the favor of the gods could mean the difference between life and death. By the ziggurat, the towering architectural wonder that scraped the heavens, the sound of drums echoed, punctuating the air with urgency. Here, worship was an act of unity. The community would gather for festivals, painting their faces and donning colorful garments, their spirits lifted as they danced in honor of their deities. Together, they celebrated the powerful stories of the gods, Marduk, with his wisdom, and Ishtar, the goddess of love and war, each tale sung with fervor. But beneath the joyous surface lurked an undercurrent of fear. The Babylonians knew that the gods could be capricious. They told tales of how the gods could unleash floods or famines as punishment for human folly. In the quiet moments of prayer, the anxiety was palpable. Would Marduk hear their cries? Would the blessings continue? The stakes were high, and the tension thickened as every ritual unfolded. The future of their harvests, their families, and indeed their very lives rested in the hands of unseen forces. As night began to fall, a sense of urgency filled the temple. The high priest, a figure clad in rich fabrics, stood before the gathered crowd, his voice rising above the murmurs. He spoke of a vision, a message from Marduk himself. The people leaned in, their hearts racing, as he explained that a great evil loomed on the horizon, one that threatened to disrupt the balance of their world. The air crackled with anticipation, and the flickering flames seemed to dance with a life of their own. They would have to make an offering, a sacrifice unlike any other. The tension in the temple was electric, as the high priest called for volunteers. Fear battled with courage in the eyes of the faithful. Would they step forward, risking everything to save their city? In that moment, the essence of Babylonian faith was laid bare. Love, fear, hope, and sacrifice intertwined, creating a tapestry of emotion that bound them all together. Outside the temple, the city pulsed with life. Streets thrummed with the footsteps of merchants, and laughter of children mingled with the distant sound of artisans at work. But even in this vibrant scene, the people felt the weight of their loyalty to the gods. They knew that every transaction, every relationship, every moment of joy could be blessed or cursed by divine forces. The ever-watchful eyes of the deities remained fixed upon them, judging their actions and weighing their hearts. In the shadows of the bustling streets, a young woman named Xena made her way toward the ziggurat. Clutching a small idol of Ishtar, she whispered fervent prayers, asking for guidance in a world that often felt chaotic and unforgiving. She could feel the heartbeat of the city through her very bones, the longing for connection, for understanding, and for protection from the unknown. Each step was laden with anticipation, a mixture of hope and dread. Xena had lost her brother in a recent raid, a cruel reminder of how fragile life could be. She sought solace in the goddess of love and war, believing that perhaps the divine could provide the clarity she so desperately needed. As she approached the ziggurat, the moonlight cast a silver glow over the stone, illuminating the sacred space where mortals dared to tread. Inside, the high priest's voice rose like a tide, urging the crowd to join in unison. "Let us show our devotion." His words rang out, igniting a fervor among the gathered souls. The people began to chant, their voices rising and falling like a great wave, echoing off the ancient stones. The energy was palpable. It was as if the gods themselves were listening, their presence felt in every heartbeat and breath. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the temple, extinguishing some of the oil lamps. Gasps filled the air, and Xena felt her heart race. Was it a sign? The crowd fell silent, all eyes drawn to the flickering shadows on the wall, where the images of the gods seemed to come alive. The atmosphere thickened, charged with the weight of anticipation. Would Marduk heed their call, or would he turn away? In that moment, Xena clutched her idol tighter, feeling a surge of desperation. Her brother's face flashed in her mind, and she whispered a silent vow to the goddess, promising her every ounce of loyalty if only she could bring him back. The temple walls felt like they were closing in, and around her, the crowd was a blend of hope and fear, waiting for a miracle, waiting for a sign. And as the chants grew louder, the night stretched on, the sense of urgency wrapping around them like a cloak, pulling them deeper into the heart of their faith, where the gods danced in the shadows, ever watchful, ever powerful, and never far from their thoughts. The air crackled with the promise of what was to come, a turning point that lingered just beyond the edge of sight, like the flicker of a flame that refused to be snuffed out. The first rays of sunlight spilled over the horizon, casting a golden hue on the majestic tower that stood proud against the sky. Its silhouette was a promise, a beacon of ambition carved from steel and stone, a testament to human inventiveness. People paused in their daily routines, their breaths caught in their throats, staring up at its intricate design. The tower wasn't just a structure. It was an embodiment of dreams, fears, and the relentless spirit of a generation that dared to reach for the heavens. As workers toiled below, their hands calloused and faces streaked with sweat, the air buzzed with an electric charge, an unspoken camaraderie binding them together. Each brick laid, each rivet hammered, told a story of perseverance. The very design of the tower was a dance between art and engineering, a ballet of creativity and precision. Its curves and lines were not merely aesthetic choices. They were the result of countless hours spent sketching, debating, and refining. Architects and engineers, fueled by fervor and passion, poured their souls into the plans, ensuring that every detail harmonized brilliantly. The tower's base was a fortress of stability, massive stones interlocked as if whispering secrets of their own. The walls rose, tapering inwards, a gesture of graceful ambition. From the ground up, onlookers couldn't help but notice how the design appeared to ascend, not just in height but in spirit. It was as if the structure were straining towards the clouds, yearning to touch the sky. This feeling was no accident. It was intentional, a manifestation of the era's yearning for progress. But it was on the upper levels where the real magic unfolded. Delicate wrought iron balconies jutted out like the wings of a great bird. Ornate motifs danced across the surfaces, intertwining as if nature itself had a hand in their creation. Each balcony invited the daring to step outside, offering breathtaking views of the world below. People would come to the tower, clutching each other's hands, hearts racing, exhilarated by the dizzying heights. The design was not just functional. It was a celebration of life, a reminder that beauty could coexist with engineering ingenuity. Amidst the clinking tools and echoes of laughter, one could sense the ghosts of the past, the craftsmen who had come before, their ideals forever ingrained in the very fabric of the tower. Stories of struggle and triumph resonated through its walls. Workers would gather in the evenings, sharing tales of their families, aspirations, and the future they envisioned. They spoke of the tower as if it were a living entity, one that breathed and thrived off their collective hopes. The intricate latticework that adorned the crown of the tower was a marvel, a manifestation of the forges and workshops where dreams were transformed into metal. Each twist and turn of the design was a nod to nature, mimicking the branches of trees or the flow of rivers. It was a reminder that even in the face of steel and stone, nature's rhythm was never far behind. People gazing up would often feel a chill run down their spines, a battle between fear and awe. They were dwarfed by something monumental yet strangely familiar. Rumors began to spread, whispers of secret designs hidden within the structure, patterns that only those with the keenest eyes would notice. People claimed that if one stood at the right angle during sunset, the tower cast a shadow that resembled a giant's hand reaching out to the sky. Some said it was a sign, others dismissed it as mere folly. But the tower had a way of igniting imaginations, sparking discussions that stretched into the night, where laughter turned to fervent debates under the starlit sky. As days turned into weeks, the assembled structure began to draw crowds, people coming from near and far, their expressions a blend of disbelief and admiration. Children ran around, their laughter ringing like music, while older generations stood in hushed reverence, recalling tales from their youth when they dared to dream but felt shackled by circumstance. The tower embodied change, a symbol of what was possible when creativity and skill intertwined. Engineers frequently gathered atop the scaffolding, exchanging ideas as they adjusted designs to improve stability and aesthetics. The excitement was palpable. Every adjustment felt like a step closer to perfection. They were artists in their own right, sculptors of steel who shaped not just a tower but the identity of an era. Each measurement taken was a heartbeat. Each bolt tightened a promise made to the past and future alike. As the tower approached completion, the energy shifted. An anticipatory tension filled the air. It was as if the very structure were holding its breath, waiting for the final piece to fall into place. The community rallied, eyes glistening with tears of pride and hope. They understood that this was more than a mere building. It was a collective heartbeat, a manifestation of their struggles and triumphs that would stand long after they were gone. With every passing moment, the tower seemed to loom larger, a granite and iron giant standing sentinel over the dreams of those who dared to envision a better life. Stories began to form around it, legends of the brave souls who ventured to its heights, their spirits soaring alongside the iron beams. Each person who ascended felt a connection to the thousands who had contributed to its creation. There was an understanding that they were part of something greater, a legacy that would echo through generations. In the shadows of this monumental creation, tensions began to rise. Skepticism brewed among certain factions, questioning whether such a grand design could withstand the tests of time and nature. The air crackled with uncertainty, a reminder that the path of ambition was never easy. Workers exchanged worried glances, their hands trembling slightly as they continued to lay the final touches, torn between pride and apprehension. Yet, amidst the doubt, there was an unwavering pulse of determination. The spirit of the tower's design was woven into the very fabric of the community, a bond that refused to be broken. The rhythms of laughter and hard work melded into a symphony that resonated in the hearts of all who dared to dream alongside the creators. People stood united, eyes lifted to the sky, ready to witness the birth of something extraordinary. And as the last piece of the puzzle fell into place, a hush fell over the crowd. They felt the weight of history pressing down on them, an invisible hand guiding their gaze skyward. The tower was more than just a physical structure. It was a bridge between the past and the future, a testament to the indomitable spirit of humanity. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over a bustling city where ambition and desperation danced hand in hand. At the center stood a towering structure, its stones gray and weathered yet imposing, a monument to human aspiration and folly alike. Wisps of dust stirred in the air as the cries of laborers echoed, their voices a chorus of sweat and toil that would reach the heavens if only the builders could lay their hands on the sky. Each stone they placed was not merely a piece of architecture. It was a testament to their hopes, their fears, and the rigid chains that bound them to the earth below. In this city, the tower was a symbol of power, but who were the hands that shaped its grand vision? The answer lay buried beneath layers of history, where the lives of the laborers faded into shadows while the names of the elite shone like gold. The rich and noble stood at the top, their fine clothes and jeweled fingers a stark contrast to the calloused palms of those below. Yet, without those hands, the tower would remain a dream, a fleeting thought in the minds of the powerful who gazed upon the horizon. Loyalty swept through the ranks like a flood, unwavering and fierce. The wealthy lords issued orders from their gilded rooms, their voices smooth and commanding, while laborers obeyed, driven by a mix of necessity and fear. Each worker brought a unique tale. Some were fathers, others sons, each with dreams that flickered like the candles in their modest homes. But when they looked up at the tower, their dreams often felt impossibly far away, swallowed by the height of ambition. Among the workers was a young man named Tomas, his back bent from the weight of his burdens. He watched as the nobles paraded beneath the archways, their laughter ringing like chimes while he wiped the sweat from his brow. He would often wonder who built the dreams of the powerful. Did they feel the weight of their dreams, or did they simply float above, untethered by the ground? With every stone that rose, his heart sank a little deeper into the soil, rooted in a life that seemed predetermined. But there were whispers in the air, secret conversations hidden in the shadows of the tower. What if we stopped? A voice murmured one evening, as the day's labor drew to an end. It was Marco, a man with fiery eyes, a rebel at heart. What if we laid down our tools and let them see that we are the ones who build their dreams? Tomas felt a thrill ripple through him, a spark of hope igniting in his chest. The idea felt like a gust of wind that could sweep away the shackles of their lives. The next day, the sun rose with a renewed intensity, its rays gilding the stones of the tower. As the workers gathered, Tomas felt an electric tension in the air. The nobles had arrived, adorned in their silks and jewels, oblivious to the storm brewing below. But the laborers were no longer ghosts in the walls. They were flesh and blood, united by a common bond of struggle. With a shared glance, they prepared to confront the very foundation of their oppression. The clash was sudden, a cacophony of voices rising against the clear blue sky. "We built this!" they shouted, their voices a raw, primal force that reverberated through the stones. The nobles recoiled, their arrogance faltering as they faced the sea of humanity they had once regarded as mere tools. The air thickened with tension. Even the sun seemed to hold its breath. In a moment of vulnerability, Tomas stepped forward. His heart pounded in his chest, each beat urging him to speak, to break the silence that loomed like a dark cloud above them. "We are the hands that built your dreams. Each stone is a piece of our lives, our sacrifices. Without us, you are nothing." The words hung in the air, heavy with emotion. A murmur surged among the crowd, rising like a tide. The nobles were taken aback, their faces pale, for they had always believed they were the architects of their own success. But how could they ignore the truth laid bare before them? How could they continue to deny the very hands that had lifted them to their lofty heights? Unease began to creep into their hearts, and for the first time, the gap between the rich and poor seemed insurmountable, almost surreal. Tomas's voice surged with passion, and in that moment, he became more than just a worker. He embodied the spirit of the oppressed. The air crackled with possibility as he continued. "We are the ones who sweat for your luxuries. We are the ones who bleed for your comforts. If we stand together, we can change our fate." The crowd erupted, a wave of raw emotion crashing against the walls of power. Hope ignited in their hearts, and for the first time, they believed they could rise above the chains that had bound them for so long. But the nobles, their pride wounded, began to retreat, their retreat a signal that ignited a firestorm of tension. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, the workers stood resolute, their spirits unbroken. They watched the tower glimmer in the fading light, a stark reminder of the power struggle that loomed above them. This was no longer just about building a monument. It had become a battle for identity, dignity, and the right to dream. In the shadows, alliances were forming, hearts beating as one. As they laid their plans, the emotions swirled, a mix of fear, excitement, and determination. They knew the path ahead was fraught with danger. But the tower, once a symbol of their oppression, now stood as a beacon of their rebellion. And as night fell thickly around them, cloaking the city in darkness, the workers realized they were not alone. Their collective heartbeat resonated, echoing like a drum. They were ready to write their own story, and the question of who built the tower transformed from one of despair to one of possibility, setting the stage for a revolution that would shake the very foundations of their society. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the bustling streets of Babylon. Voices filled the air, weaving a tapestry of excitement and tension. Merchants shouted their wares, children laughed and played, while the scent of fresh bread wafted from the nearby ovens. But beneath this vibrant surface lay a simmering cauldron of ambition and power, threatening to boil over at any moment. In the grand palace, King Hammurabi sat on his throne, a figure of authority cloaked in regal robes. His presence commanded respect, but the weight of his crown pressed heavily on his brow. His heart raced with uncertainty. Enemies lurked in the shadows, and allies could be swayed with a mere whisper. The very foundation of his rule trembled, and he knew the taste of betrayal all too well. Far from the palace, in the dusty streets, a group of ambitious nobles gathered in hushed tones. They exchanged furtive glances, their eyes gleaming with conspiratorial fire. It was a dangerous game they played, a delicate ballet of loyalty and treachery. Each noble held dreams of power like precious jewels, ready to be seized at the slightest hint of weakness in Hammurabi's reign. They plotted in secret, their hearts pounding with the intoxicating thrill of potential victory. One of the nobles, a man named Zimri, had a plan that crackled with the spark of rebellion. He was fierce and cunning, his mind sharp as a dagger. Zimri had long resented Hammurabi's grip on power. His every decree felt like a chain around his ambitions. As he paced in a dimly lit chamber, he could almost hear the distant roar of the crowd, envisioning himself as their champion, the one to liberate them from the king's oppressive rule. Outside, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the city into twilight. In the far corner of Babylon, an ancient temple stood, its stone walls whispering the secrets of the past. A high priestess, her eyes clouded with visions, sensed the turbulence in the air. She knew that the balance of power was shifting, and her heart quickened at the thought of what was to come. "The gods are restless," she murmured, a chill running down her spine. The fate of kings and nobles danced precariously on the edge of a knife. As Zimri's coalition grew, so did the tension within the palace walls. Hammurabi summoned his most trusted advisors, faces lined with worry. They discussed strategy, weighing the loyalty of their soldiers against the growing discontent of the people. Every word felt like a stone thrown into a calm pond, rippling outwards and threatening to engulf them all. The air was thick with unease, hearts pounding as they recognized the storm brewing just beyond their gates. A sudden commotion echoed through the palace corridors. A messenger, breathless and wide-eyed, burst into the council chamber, his face pale as a ghost. "My king, the people are restless." Whispers of Zimri's uprising have spread like wildfire. The words hung in the air, heavy and foreboding. Hammurabi's heart sank, and a cold sweat broke out on his brow. The power he had fought so hard to consolidate now teetered on the brink of destruction. That night, city streets thrummed with the pulse of a brewing revolt. Torches flickered in the hands of the disenchanted, their faces illuminated with fervor. Zimri stood before them, his voice rising above the din. "Why should we bow to a king who cares not for our struggles? Rise with me, let us take what is rightfully ours." The crowd surged, a tidal wave of emotion crashing against the walls of authority. They were ready to defy the gods themselves if it meant seizing their fate. In the palace, Hammurabi paced, each step echoing the anxiety that gnawed at him. He knew that every king's reign hinged on the loyalty of his people, and now doubt had crept into their hearts. The royal guards, once fiercely loyal, now exchanged wary glances, whispering among themselves. Could they trust a king who seemed to falter under pressure? The thought sent a shiver through Hammurabi. He needed to act, and swiftly. As dawn broke, casting a golden hue over the city, Hammurabi stood at the palace balcony, surveying the troubled faces below. The tension was palpable, a living entity of fear and hope. His heart raced as he prepared to address the crowd, knowing that his very words could seal his fate. "People of Babylon," he called, his voice steady despite the turmoil within. "I hear your cries. I am your king, and I will fight for you." Yet even as the words left his lips, doubt flickered in his mind. Would they believe him, or had the seeds of rebellion taken too deep a root? Meanwhile, Zimri's forces gathered in secret, their resolve hardening like steel. Each soldier, filled with the belief that they were on the brink of something monumental, tightened their grips around their weapons. They were ready to challenge a king, to tear down the very fabric of Hammurabi's rule. The streets of Babylon had become a battlefield, but the war wasn't yet won. The air crackled with the promise of confrontation, the clash of ideals reverberating through the hearts of every citizen. Moments turned to hours, and as the sun reached its zenith, the tension in the air became almost unbearable. A storm was brewing, not just in the skies but within the souls of the people. Hammurabi, facing a choice that would define the future of Babylon, clung to the hope that unity could dispel the darkness closing in around him. Yet, deep down, a whisper echoed within him, a fear that perhaps the time for peace had passed, and the true battle for Babylon's soul was about to begin. As the echoes of defiance grew louder, both king and rebel prepared for the inevitable clash. One sought to protect his throne, while the other yearned to dismantle the very foundation of power. In Babylon, the streets were alive with the heartbeat of history, each moment leading toward a confrontation that would seal the fate of a city and its people, leaving both king and rebel teetering on the edge of a precipice. The stage was set for a drama that would echo through the ages, and neither side could predict how the winds of fortune would blow. The sun dipped low over the ancient city of Ur, casting long shadows that danced along the ziggurat's weathered stones. As the cool breeze whispered through the bustling streets, it carried with it the rich tapestry of lives intertwined, Sumerians with their intricate clay tablets, Akkadians with their epic tales. Two cultures, distinct yet deeply enmeshed, painted their world with bold strokes of innovation and artistry. In the heart of Sumer, the Sumerians stood as the architects of civilization. Their contributions echoed through the ages, each cuneiform mark on clay a testament to their intellect and creativity. With every chisel strike, they etched their thoughts, laws, and dreams into the very fabric of history. The invention of writing was not merely a method of communication. It was the birth of ideas, a monumental step that transformed oral traditions into lasting legacies. The Sumerians knew the power of words, and they wielded them with finesse, capturing the essence of their lives, their agriculture, their gods, their very existence. As the sun rose over the city, the Akkadians began to emerge from the shadows, their own rich culture blossoming alongside that of the Sumerians. They were inspired by their predecessors, but they were not mere imitators. Instead, they wove Sumerian influences into their own narrative, creating a new story filled with grandeur and ambition. The Akkadian Empire, under the rule of Sargon, became a colossal force, uniting various city-states under a single banner. The thrill of conquest electrified the air, as the Akkadians marched forward, taking with them the knowledge and innovations learned from their Sumerian neighbors. The tension between these two cultures was palpable. Sumerians often viewed the Akkadians with a mix of admiration and wariness. In the markets brimming with goods from both sides, one could sense the exchanges going beyond mere trade. Ideas flowed freely, merging in an intricate dance of influence. The Akkadians borrowed the Sumerian pantheon of gods, transforming them into symbols of their own power. The goddess Inanna, once a Sumerian deity of love and war, became Ishtar, a fierce protector of Akkadian might. The streets buzzed with stories that blended the familiar with the new, creating a rich mythology that enthralled the masses. Amidst this cultural exchange, art flourished. Sumerian artistry, with its intricate cylinder seals, told stories of divine encounters and epic battles. The Akkadians, inspired by this craftsmanship, began to create their own masterpieces, reliefs and sculptures that celebrated their rulers and immortalized their victories. Imagine a grand palace adorned with images of Sargon, towering above the common folk, his visage a symbol of strength and unity. The artistry expressed not just the pride of a civilization but the collective consciousness of a people yearning for greatness. Music, too, transcended boundaries. The Sumerians played their lyres and drums, each note resonating with the pulse of the earth. The Akkadians, enamored by these melodies, infused their own rhythms and chants, crafting hymns that honored their gods and celebrated their victories. The sound of flutes and the beat of hand drums filled the air, wrapping around the hearts of the people, uniting them in a shared experience that transcended differences. But with great influence came conflict. As the Akkadian Empire expanded, tensions simmered beneath the surface, threatening to erupt. The Sumerians watched as their rich heritage was both embraced and altered. The Akkadian language, once a mere dialect, began to take precedence, reshaping the way stories were told and history recorded. The fear of losing their identity loomed large over the Sumerians, and whispers of resistance began to emerge, echoing through the city's narrow alleys. In temples adorned with golden statues, priests and priestesses invoked the blessings of their gods, hoping to maintain the delicate balance between the two cultures. They understood the stakes. One wrong move could tip the scales into chaos. Rituals became more elaborate, infused with elements from both traditions, blending to create a unique spiritual experience. The air thickened with incense as the faithful prayed for harmony, their voices rising like a chorus, pleading with the heavens to allow them to coexist without erasing their past. Meanwhile, scholars busied themselves in the dusty corners of libraries, debating and writing, driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge. They discussed the philosophies of life, the ethics of governance, and the mysteries of the cosmos. The Sumerian scholars laid the foundation for mathematics and astronomy, their keen observations of the stars illuminating the darkened skies. The Akkadians took these teachings, building upon them, crafting new theories that pushed the boundaries of understanding even further. As they gazed upwards, the night sky became a canvas of dreams, a reminder of what they could achieve together. The cultural influence was not one-sided. The Sumerians, in their quiet moments, marveled at the strength and ambition of the Akkadians. They adopted elements of Akkadian governance, seeing the benefits of a centralized power, and began to implement strategies that would make their own city-states more competitive. The ebb and flow of influence created a dynamic tapestry, each thread representing a story of hope, struggle, and resilience. Through it all, the city of Babylon emerged as a focal point, a vibrant hub where Sumerian and Akkadian cultures intertwined. The Ishtar Gate, a monumental entrance shimmering with blue-glazed bricks, welcomed travelers and merchants alike. Each brick whispered tales of trade, diplomacy, and the blending of traditions. Here, artisans and scholars gathered, sharing ideas and crafting a future that honored both heritages. As the sun set each evening, the streets of Babylon pulsed with life. Children played, weaving between the stalls of merchants, their laughter harmonizing with the melodies of street musicians. The vibrant colors of textiles from distant lands wrapped around their small bodies, a symbol of the cultural exchange that defined their existence. But beneath the surface of this joviality, the pulse of history thrummed, an unyielding reminder that the stories of Sumer and Akkad were forever entwined, each influence leaving a mark that would resonate through the ages. The blend of cultures transformed society, forging connections that transcended boundaries. Yet, within this intricate web, the specter of conflict loomed always in the distance, a reminder that the quest for power could tear apart the very fabric they had woven together. The once quiet voices now roared with desires for dominance, echoing in the chambers of power. The question remained: could they navigate the tides of change without losing the essence of what made them who they were? As night fell over the ancient lands, the stars began to twinkle, illuminating the path forward, yet casting long shadows of uncertainty. The story of these two great cultures, so full of life, still had so much more to unfold. A shadow hung over the ancient city, a storm brewing in the hearts of its people as they gathered at the foot of the Tower of Babel. The air crackled with anticipation, a mingling of hope and fear, whispering tales of ambition and the gods' displeasure. Each brick of the colossal tower seemed to hum with the dreams of 1,000 souls, yearning to touch the heavens. Beneath the starlit sky, the great ziggurat rose, its tiers spiraling like a giant staircase toward the clouds, a testament to the strength and unity of mankind. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows, an ominous chill swept through the crowd. In the beginning, the people of Babylon spoke a single language, their words flowing like a river of music. United in purpose, they dreamed of a tower that would reach the very gates of heaven. "Let us make a name for ourselves," they declared, their voices echoing like thunder. The ambition was palpable, igniting flames of creativity and cooperation. Men and women toiled side by side, their hearts beating as one, crafting bricks of mud and straw, each layer a symbol of their resolve. But as the tower climbed higher, so did their pride. Like a moth drawn to a flame, they grew bolder, believing they could rival the gods themselves. They envisioned a world where they were invincible, a society that needed no divine intervention. Yet, amidst the fervor, a quiet voice of caution emerged, whispering through the winds. What if the gods do not look kindly upon our ambition? But such fears were drowned out by the roar of unity, a chorus of voices that drowned out the warning. One fateful night, as the moon hung in the sky like a watchful eye, the gods convened. Their voices were thunder, their anger a storm. "They cannot defy us," rumbled Marduk, the chief god, his eyes gleaming like molten gold. "Let us confuse their language, scatter them across the earth." With a flick of his wrist, chaos was unleashed. Suddenly, the harmonious chatter of the workers turned into a discordant cacophony. Words twisted and turned, Sentences lost meaning, and communication collapsed like the very bricks of the tower they had built. Panic erupted as confusion took hold. A laborer shouted for help, but his words fell on deaf ears, drowned out by the chaos. A mother called for her son, but he could not understand her frantic cries. In that moment, the dream of unity shattered, splintered by the weight of their own hubris. The tower, once a beacon of hope, stood as a monument to their folly. The bricks, which had been set with such care, now teetered, trembling under the strain of a fractured community. Families were torn apart, friendships dissolved in a blink. The once vibrant city became a landscape of despair. People wandered, lost in a world where they could no longer find each other, their voices reduced to mere echoes of what once was. The tower, looming above them, became a ghost of their ambitions, a reminder of what they had tried to achieve but ultimately failed. Yet, from the ashes of despair, stories began to emerge, tales of the past, woven into the very fabric of Babylonian literature. Epics of heroes and gods, of love and loss, began to circulate among the people. These narratives became the lifeline that connected them, allowing the memories of their shared experience to transcend the barriers that now divided them. They gathered around fires at night, telling stories of Gilgamesh, the hero who sought immortality, and Enkidu, the wild man who became his friend. These tales stirred emotions, rekindling lost bonds, even amidst the chaos. As the tales unfolded, the characters came to life in vivid detail. Gilgamesh, with his arrogance and strength, faced trials that mirrored the struggles of the people. He fought beasts and journeyed to the ends of the earth, searching for answers in the face of his own mortality. The stories resonated deeply, echoing the loss and longing felt by those who had watched their dreams crumble. The firelight flickered, illuminating tear-streaked faces as hope began to flicker back to life. Each retelling became a balm for the wounded hearts, a reminder that even in despair, there was strength in their shared humanity. The Tower of Babel transformed from a symbol of pride to a backdrop for resilience, a canvas upon which they painted their stories. They found solace in the narratives, weaving their own lives into the epic tapestry of Babylonian lore. In the midst of all this, the ziggurat still stood, its bricks heavy with the weight of history. Each stone held the whispers of dreams, each crack a story of caution. The tower, though unfinished, became a sacred ground where sorrow met hope, where the gods and the people communicated through the art of storytelling. It was here that the essence of Babylonian literature emerged, echoing the complexities of life, the struggles, the victories, and the very nature of what it meant to be human. But as the stories filled the air, the gods watched closely, their expressions a mix of amusement and disdain. They had unleashed chaos upon the earth, but in doing so, they had sparked a fire of creativity that even they could not extinguish. The people, though scattered, had found a way to connect through narrative, and in this connection lay a power that no tower could contain. As the stars twinkled above, a subtle shift began to take place within the hearts of the once divided crowds. They gathered together, not just to share stories, but to forge alliances, to heal the rifts created by misunderstanding. The tower may have been a monument to human hubris, but it also stood as a testament to their ability to rise from the ashes. The great structure loomed above them, a constant reminder that they were not merely subjects of the gods, but creators of their own fate. And so, as the moon climbed higher, illuminating the faces of those below, the sounds of laughter and tears intermingled, creating a melody that resonated throughout the night. The Tower of Babel, once a symbol of ambition turned to ruin, now held the promise of rebirth, a new beginning fueled by the power of stories and the resilience of the human spirit. With each word spoken, each tale woven beneath the night sky, the past and the present collided, forging a path forward. The sanctity of their shared narratives would serve as the cornerstone of a new society, one that would change the course of history forever. Little did they know, the true journey was just beginning, as the echoes of their stories began to ripple through time, reaching into the hearts of others yet to come. In the shadow of a crumbling tower, a crowd gathered under a sky streaked with the fiery glow of dusk. The air buzzed with excitement and anticipation as hearts raced, fueled by a shared desire that transcended time and space. This was no ordinary gathering. It was a moment when humanity dared to reach for the heavens, to challenge the very fabric of existence. The Tower of Babel loomed in the background, a testament to an audacious dream, its stones whispering tales of hubris and ambition. Long ago, in a land where the Euphrates flowed like liquid sapphire, the people spoke a single tongue, and their dreams were woven together like a magnificent tapestry. They looked up at the stars, their eyes gleaming with wonder. Why should the heavens be so far away? Why should their spirits be bound to the earth? Fueled by an unquenchable thirst to ascend, they began to build a tower that would pierce the sky, a monument to their unity and ambition. Bricks and mortar became their language, each block laid with the hope of touching the celestial realm. But even as they toiled, whispers of doubt crept in, like the chilling breeze that heralds an approaching storm. Was their ambition too great? Did they not understand the delicate balance of the universe? They were reaching for something that felt just out of grasp, something that stirred within their souls, a mix of fear, wonder, and an unyielding determination. It was hubris, that intoxicating sense of invincibility, that led them to believe they could rival the gods themselves. As night fell, the tower stretched into the inky blackness, a silhouette of human endeavor against a tapestry of stars. Each brick represented a dream, a hope, a fear. Families gathered under the structure, arms linked, sharing tales that echoed through the ages. "Imagine what we could achieve!" a young girl exclaimed, her voice buoyant with belief. The elders nodded, their faces lined with the wisdom of experience, yet their hearts beat in sync with the fervor of youth. And yet, beneath the surface of their ambition, seeds of chaos took root. The people began to speak in different tongues, their voices entangled in confusion. Each word became a barrier, a wall that separated them from their neighbors. The dream that had united them now became a source of division. The beauty of collaboration dissolved into a cacophony of misunderstanding, and the once shared vision crumbled like the stones beneath their feet. With each brick laid, the tower grew taller, but so too did the shadows of doubt. A young man, standing on a precarious ledge, looked down at the earth, a sense of vertigo washing over him. "What if we fail?" he whispered to himself. The wind howled around him, as if the heavens themselves were murmuring warnings. A flicker of fear danced in his heart, a reminder that they were mere mortals chasing celestial dreams. Above, the stars twinkled with ancient wisdom, their light a reminder of the vastness of the universe. A universe that held secrets far beyond human comprehension. As the tower edged closer to the heavens, a great rumble echoed through the earth, as if the very ground was protesting their ambition. The people paused, their hearts thumping in unison, a collective heartbeat that echoed the tension of the moment. Then came the storm. Dark clouds rolled in, crackling with electricity and fury. The winds whipped through the tower, tearing at the very fabric of their dreams. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the faces of the builders, revealing a mixture of fear and resolve. "We must continue," a voice called out, cutting through the chaos. Fueled by desperation, they pressed on, their fingers raw and bloodied from the effort. But the heavens seemed to conspire against them. A deafening crash echoed as a section of the tower crumbled, sending stones tumbling to the ground like fallen hopes. Gasps filled the air, and for a moment, time seemed to freeze. The realization hit them like a tidal wave. Their ambition had blinded them to their limitations. They were not gods. They were but humans, flesh and blood, bound to the earth. Amidst the chaos, a woman stepped forward, her heart racing but unwavering. "We built this together," she shouted, her voice rising above the roar of the storm. "Let us not be divided by our differences. We are stronger united." Her words ignited a spark within the crowd, a flicker of hope that danced even as the storm raged on. They turned to one another, eyes filled with newfound determination, recognizing that their true strength lay not in the height of their tower, but in the bonds they shared. As the storm raged, they formed a circle, hands clasped together, their hearts beating in a shared rhythm. They spoke not in confusion, but in unity, each voice a note in a beautiful melody. The winds howled as if the world itself was listening, and for a fleeting moment, the heavens seemed to hold their breath. But hubris is a fickle mistress. The storm was relentless, and the tower shuddered under the weight of their dreams. The ground trembled, and as they clung to one another, they could feel the earth's heartbeat, a reminder that every rise has its fall, every ambition its consequence. A crack tore through the structure, and as if in a slow-motion dance of tragedy, the tower began to sway. And then it happened, the ultimate testament to human ambition collided with the raw power of nature. The tower succumbed to its fate, crumbling like a fragile dream, leaving nothing but dust and echoes of a once great hope. The crowd stared in disbelief, their hearts heavy with loss. Yet amidst the ruins, a new understanding began to bloom. They had reached for the heavens, and although they had fallen, they had learned a valuable lesson. That true ascent does not lie in the height of stone, but in the connections forged between souls. As the storm subsided, a calmness embraced the land. From the ashes of their dreams, a new vision emerged, not one of towering structures, but of humble hearts, united in purpose. They realized that their greatest heights could be reached not by touching the heavens, but by lifting one another. Hope flickered anew, like the first light of dawn breaking through the shadows, marking the dawn of a new era where humanity's desire to reach the heavens could transform into something more profound. History had whispered countless stories of ambition, of dreams dashed against the rocks of reality. Yet, in that moment, beneath the remnants of the Tower of Babel, the people found something more resilient than hubris. A chance to rebuild, to redefine their dreams, and to seek a path that would lead them not to the heavens, but to a deeper understanding of themselves and each other. The journey of humanity would continue, a winding road of dreams and challenges, where the desire to reach for the stars would forever intertwine with the humility to recognize their shared humanity. In a world where ambition soared higher than the towers of sun-baked bricks rising in the distance, the air crackled with the electric energy of unity and determination. A crowd stood below the open sky, their voices mingling like the sound of a roaring river, each person offering their dreams as they toiled to create a city that would echo through eternity. They spoke in one language, their words weaving a tapestry of hope and ambition, believing they could reach the heavens, touch the divine, and make a name for themselves. But as their dreams soared, a shadow loomed, unseen yet palpable, an unmistakable presence that would soon intervene. The builders, with their strong hands and tireless spirits, began to raise a tower that kissed the clouds, a monument to their shared strength, their unity, their defiance against the natural order. It was a bold statement, one that reverberated with the laughter and excitement of a generation eager to leave behind the simplicity of their former lives. Yet, amidst the fervor, a whisper of doubt lingered, a stirring in the souls of the men and women who dreamed of greatness. What lay above the clouds? Was it merely the domain of the sky, or was it a stage where gods and mortals played their timeless game? As the bricks were stacked higher, so too grew the tension in the air, thickening around their heads like a storm cloud ready to burst. The city of Babel, though beautiful in its aspirations, stood as a testament to humanity's pride. And in the very fabric of their gathering, a divine gaze watched, attentive and poised, sensing the shift in the balance between heaven and earth. The hearts of the builders beat with fervor, yet they remained blind to the consequences of their hubris, unaware that the divine would soon weave a dramatic turn into their tale. God looked down from the heavens, not with disdain but with a heavy heart. Here were his creations, vibrant and alive, yet veering dangerously close to losing their way. The people had forgotten their purpose, their connection to the divine. They sought not just to build a city, but to make themselves gods, to reach the heights of heaven as if they could claim it for their own. The tower grew, a spiral of ambition reaching towards the stars, but each brick laid was a step away from humility, from the very essence of their creation. As whispers of arrogance filled the air, God's spirit surged with a longing for the hearts of his children. He could not bear to see them drift further from his love, their voices rising in unison, yet drowning out the call of the sacred. With a voice that shook the foundations of the earth, he resolved to intervene. It would not be with fire or flood, but with a swift, decisive action that would echo through time, forever marking the moment when divine intervention became a reality. Suddenly, as if the heavens themselves had split open, confusion descended upon the bustling workers. Their voices, once harmonious, began to clash violently. Words that had flowed like a river now turned to sharp stones, stumbling over one another as they sought to communicate. A once shared language splintered into a cacophony of sounds, each person calling out, desperate to be understood, but finding only chaos in the cries of their companions. The realization hit them hard, like a sudden storm that scatters the gathered leaves. They were lost not just to one another, but to the very foundations of their shared dream. It was a heart-wrenching sight. The builders paused, eyes wide with confusion, panic rising in the pit of their stomachs as they grappled with the unraveling of their mighty endeavor. Where once there was teamwork, now there was only frustration and fear. The tower they had labored over with blood, sweat, and dreams began to symbolize their failure rather than their triumph. They had sought to make a name for themselves, and yet, in their quest for autonomy, they had unknowingly stepped onto the path of division. God's intervention had reshaped their reality in an instant, a reminder of the delicate balance between ambition and humility. In one moment, the grand vision of Babel transformed from a shining beacon of human achievement into a lesson steeped in divine authority. Each worker now stood isolated among the rubble of misunderstandings, their dreams scattered like dust in the wind. Their proud tower, once the pinnacle of their ambitions, now bore witness to their folly. And yet, amidst the chaos, a flicker of hope remained. The divine gaze lingered on the scene, not with anger but with an understanding that humanity's spirit was too precious to let wither away. With every confused word that echoed through the air, a lesson was being etched into their hearts. God had not forsaken them. He sought to redirect their path, urging them to remember their roots and their connection to Him. As the sun began to set, casting golden hues over the fragmented site, the builders slowly began to disperse, their unity shattered but their spirits still alive. They retreated into smaller groups, speaking in hushed tones, where the language of the heart transcended the barriers of speech. In their scattering, they would find new beginnings, a deeper understanding of community, and perhaps a renewed connection to the divine. God's interference had shaken the foundations of Babel, but it also offered a chance for reflection and growth. The remnants of the tower, now a symbol of both failure and grace, would be a reminder of the delicate dance between aspiration and humility. As they wandered away, a new seed of thought was planted in their hearts, a path leading them back to the divine, away from the pride of self-made gods. And so, the story of Babel continued, weaving itself into the very fabric of humanity. The divine presence lingered, watching as his children began to understand the power of diversity, the beauty of connection, and the importance of remaining grounded in humility. Each step away from the tower was a step toward a new future, where the echoes of their voices would meld into a chorus of understanding, a language not of bricks and mortar, but of the Spirit. Little did they know, the divine plan was not yet complete, and the next chapter awaited, poised to unfold with the grace of the heavens. In the shadow of an ancient tower, a bustling crowd gathered, voices rising and falling like the waves of the sea. Each person spoke a different tongue, and yet, they all shared one common goal: to build a city of dreams. This was Babel, a place where aspirations soared high, but so too did the seeds of confusion. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the construction site, a sense of unity hung in the air. Men and women from far and wide, each bringing their unique language, their own stories, and their hopes. But with every crafted brick and every whispered plan, the colors of their languages began to clash, like a painter's palette gone awry. The once harmonious symphony of voices transformed into a cacophony, each dialect vying for attention, each word slicing through the air like a knife. Historians would later puzzle over the origins of this bewildering chaos. Some believed it stemmed from a celestial decree, a punishment for the hubris of humanity. Others pointed to the human heart itself, a wellspring of emotions that could never be neatly categorized. The truth, however, lay in a more profound realization: the inherent complexity of language, shaped by culture, history, and the deepest corners of the human soul. As the builders of Babel toiled, a young artisan named Eli stood at the edge of the crowd, a chisel in hand. His spirit was filled with dreams of creating something magnificent. Yet he felt an ache in his heart. He could not understand the voices around him. A craftsman from the east shouted instructions, but Eli, with his tongue rooted in the dialect of his homeland, could only nod in confusion. The artist's hands trembled as he shaped the stone, the weight of disconnection pressing upon him. With each passing day, the tower rose taller, yet the divisions among the people grew wider. Where laughter once rang out, now there were only frowns and furrowed brows. The joyful exchanges turned into frustrated arguments, and the air thickened with tension. A woman named Miriam, her voice rich with the warmth of her people's stories, tried to bridge the gaps. She spoke passionately, hoping to unite the strangers, but her words fell flat, lost in the whirlwind of misunderstanding. The building soon became a battlefield. Disputes erupted over how to place the stones, how to fit the pieces of their shared dream together. The languages of men turned into a web of confusion, each thread pulling them apart. Hands that once worked side by side now pushed away in anger. Eli watched as a fellow artisan threw down his tools, cursing in a language he could not comprehend. The frustration was palpable, echoing through the air like thunder. It was as if the tower itself was a mirror reflecting their growing disarray. As night cloaked the city, the flickering torches revealed worried faces illuminated by firelight. Eli found himself lingering at the edge, feeling more like a ghost than a man. The tower loomed over him, a symbol of their ambitions, yet it felt an insurmountable wall separating him from the others. It was not just the languages that divided them. It was the isolation of hearts, the walls built by misunderstanding and pride. In the distance, a child's laughter pierced the heavy gloom. Little Amina, with her bright eyes and infectious joy, played among the ruins of a forgotten dream. She spoke not in the language of the elders but in the universal dialect of laughter, her giggles ringing out like bells. Eli felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps there was still a way to connect, a way to peel back the layers of confusion that bound them. He hesitated, then stepped forward, drawn to the innocence of that sound. In that moment, the eyes of the crowd turned toward him, intrigued by the strange man who dared to approach the child. Eli knelt down beside Amina, his heart racing. He picked up a stone, rough and unyielding, and began to sculpt it. Amina watched, her eyes wide with wonder. He shaped it into a small figure, and as he worked, he hummed a tune from his childhood, a melody that transcended words. The notes wrapped around them, weaving a fragile thread of connection. The crowd fell silent, captivated by the sight. Eli looked up, catching the gaze of Miriam, who stood watching with a flicker of hope in her eyes. He saw the longing for understanding mirrored in her expression. The other builders, too, began to draw closer, their previous anger forgotten, replaced by curiosity. The music of Eli's hands spoke louder than any words ever could, and for a brief moment, the confusion of languages was overshadowed by the language of creation. But as soon as it began, the moment shattered. A figure emerged from the shadows, an elder with a face lined by years of struggle. He spoke in a booming voice, commanding authority. "This is madness. We cannot allow this mingling of tongues. We must remain true to our own." The crowd stirred uneasily, the tension creeping back in like a thick fog. Eli's heart sank as he felt the warmth of connection slip through his fingers. In that instant, the fragile hope began to crack, revealing the harsh reality that sought to reclaim its hold. The elders' words ignited a firestorm of dissent. Each artisan returned to their roots, clutching tightly to their language as if it were a lifeline. The web of confusion tightened, and the dream of building something greater than themselves began to crumble. The tower, once a symbol of unity, now stood as a stark reminder of the division that language could foster. In the days that followed, the sounds of hammers and chisels faded. The echo of laughter fell silent, swallowed by the weight of unspoken words. Eli, now a mere silhouette against the towering stones, felt the chill of isolation seep into his bones. He looked up at the unfinished monument, a painful testament to the dreams of a world that could have been, if only they had found a way to speak to one another. The confusion of languages had become a curse, a barrier that kept them from reaching their full potential. As the sun began to set once more, bathing the city in hues of orange and purple, Eli's heart mirrored the sky, beautiful yet heavy with sorrow. The voices of the builders no longer mingled. They had retreated into their own corners, each one a prisoner of their own misunderstanding. Eli's gaze drifted to Amina, who now sat alone, her laughter replaced by a quiet sorrow. Eli felt the weight of their collective dreams pressing down on him, knowing that without understanding, their hopes would remain forever out of reach. And so, as darkness wrapped around Babel, the air grew thick with palpable tension. The tale of voices, once vibrant and full of life, became a haunting echo of what could have been. A reminder that the confusion of languages was not just a matter of speech, but of the very essence of humanity itself. The night deepened, and with it came the realization that the struggle for connection would continue, leaving behind a legacy ripe with both tragedy and the glimmer of hope that one day, they might learn to speak once more. In a world where mountains once loomed like guardians, and rivers carved paths through the earth, a single spark ignited the flames of change. The air, thick with the scent of adventure and uncertainty, trembled as tribes and families gathered their belongings, glancing nervously at the horizon. They were driven by ancient whispers of promise and peril, tales of fertile lands and distant horizons that called them away from everything they knew. Each footstep echoed with the weight of history, as migrations began, weaving the fabric of human civilization into something grander and more intricate. As generations turned, waves of peoples surged across continents, propelled by hunger, war, and the indomitable human spirit. With them came the seeds of culture, the rhythms of language, and the stories that would shape future societies. The Celts, known for their fierce independence, traversed the windswept hills of Europe, their laughter ringing out amidst the haunting melodies of their harps. They spread their art, their traditions, and their spirit, leaving a mark that would color the very essence of what it meant to belong. In Asia, the great migrations of the Huns swept across the steppes, fierce warriors on horseback, striking fear into the hearts of empires. Their arrival was not merely a clash of swords, but a powerful exchange of ideas and customs with those they encountered. The Silk Road, a lifeline of trade and culture, thrived under their influence, binding distant lands in a network of shared humanity. Merchants and travelers, once strangers, became vessels of knowledge, carrying with them philosophies and innovations that would ripple through time. Across the oceans, the indigenous peoples of the Americas carved their lives from the land, crafting vibrant communities that thrived in harmony with nature. The arrival of European explorers disrupted this fragile balance, leading to unimaginable upheaval. The clash of worlds was brutal and raw, a cacophony of despair and resilience. Yet, amidst the chaos, something beautiful emerged. The blending of cultures birthed new traditions, new languages, and an unexpected richness that would forever alter the course of history. Africa, too, bore witness to the waves of migration. Patriarchs and matriarchs leading their families across deserts and mountains, searching for a place to call home. The Bantu expansion, one of the largest migrations in human history, spread agricultural wisdom and ironworking skills, transforming the continent. Communities flourished, united by a shared purpose, their languages intertwining in a symphony of sound. Yet, this journey was not without its shadows. The echoes of pain from displacement and conflict lingered, reminding all of the fragility of existence. As time pressed forward, the dispersal of peoples became a force that shaped nations. The mingling of cultures was not a mere consequence of migration. It was a dance of humanity, an intricate tapestry woven from diverse threads. In cities, once silent, streets bustled with the vibrant chatter of countless tongues, each voice a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. Food markets overflowed with flavors that blended the old with the new, creating feasts that told stories of heritage and adaptation. The Renaissance, a beacon of enlightenment, was ignited by the mingling of ideas across borders. Scholars, driven by a thirst for knowledge, traveled from one corner of Europe to another, exchanging wisdom like precious jewels. The inventions of the past converged, sparking creativity that broke the chains of ignorance. Art flourished, reflecting the beauty of a world enriched by diversity. Humanity found itself standing at a crossroads, where the past and future collided, each migration a brushstroke on the canvas of civilization. Yet, with every wave of movement there came challenges. The scars of colonization and forced migration echoed through generations, leaving deep imprints on societies. The resilience of displaced peoples became a narrative of survival, as they fought not only for their rights but for their identities. Cultures that faced the threat of erasure instead flourished anew, reclaiming their stories and demanding to be seen. In the bustling streets of modern cities, the spirit of those ancient migrations lives on. Each neighborhood is a testament to the journey of countless souls, whose dreams and struggles paved the way for a rich cultural mosaic. Festivals celebrate the rhythms of diverse heritages, where joy bursts forth in vibrant colors and shared laughter. Yet, amidst this celebration, there is a call to remember the past, an acknowledgement of the sacrifices made and the resilience shown. As the world continues to spin on its axis, the dispersal of peoples remains a force that shapes global civilization. Each heartbeat, each story, interlaces with another, forming an unbreakable bond that transcends borders. Humanity stands on the precipice of a new era, where the lessons of history whisper hope for the future. A delicate dance unfolds, where every step taken by those who dared to migrate echoes throughout time, a reminder that civilization is not static, but a living, breathing entity. With hearts full of hope and eyes set on the horizon, the next wave of migrations looms ever closer. What stories will unfold? What new cultures will be born from the merging of lives? The weight of anticipation hangs in the air, a reminder that every journey is not merely about the destination, but about the connections forged along the way. As the pulse of humanity quickens, the world prepares for the next chapter, ready to witness the magnificent tapestry that will emerge from the dispersal of peoples. Amidst the shimmering sand dunes of ancient Mesopotamia, a whisper rides the wind, carrying tales of a civilization long buried. Each grain of earth holds a key, a fragment of a story waiting to be told. The great city of Babel, a place of unimaginable wonder, once stood proudly with its towering ziggurat piercing the heavens. But now, its glory lies hidden beneath layers of time, waiting for curious hands to bring it back into the light. Archaeologists, with brushes in hand and hearts racing, stand at the edge of a dig site that promises to reveal the remnants of a world that once dared to challenge the divine. As the sun rises, casting golden rays over the horizon, excitement crackles in the air. Every shovel of dirt displaced is an invitation to the past. Each clink of tools echoes with the hopes of uncovering what has been lost. The team knows that they walk on sacred ground, where people once gathered, built, and dreamed. As they carefully sift through the soil, the first significant find emerges: a clay tablet, its surface etched with cuneiform writing. The archaeologists gasp, their breath caught in their throats. This is no ordinary artifact. It speaks of commerce, trade, and the grand ambitions of a city that believed it could reach the stars. What tales could this tablet tell? What glimpses into the lives of those who walked the streets of Babel are captured in these ancient symbols? The discovery is both thrilling and haunting. Hours pass, and the sun begins its descent, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink. The team presses on, driven by a mixture of fatigue and exhilaration. Suddenly, a team member stumbles upon a series of large bricks, each one marked with the insignia of a king. These bricks, used in the construction of the ziggurat, tell of an era when kings ruled with divine authority, and the gods were believed to walk among men. A shiver runs down the spine of the lead archaeologist as he realizes the magnitude of the find. These bricks are more than mere building materials. They are the foundation of a culture that sought to bridge the gap between earth and heaven. With each passing moment, the tension builds. The sound of tools scraping against stone becomes a symphony of anticipation, each note echoing the heartbeat of the earth. They uncover fragments of pottery, delicate yet sturdy, adorned with intricate designs that hint at the artistry and craftsmanship of the people who once inhabited this space. The archaeologists share hushed words of excitement, their imaginations igniting as they envision the vibrant marketplaces, the laughter of children, the rituals held in reverence of gods, and the monumental stories written in the faces of those who lived and loved here. But the discoveries are not without their shadows. Deep in the ground, a chamber reveals remnants of a sacrifice, charred bones, a testament to the lengths to which the people of Babel went to appease the gods. A heavy silence falls over the group as they confront the reality of human desperation and devotion, intertwined in a dance as old as time itself. It's a poignant reminder that every civilization carries its scars, its moments of darkness alongside its brilliant triumphs. As night envelopes the site, the archaeologists set up lights, illuminating the ruins in an almost ethereal glow. They gather around a makeshift table, reviewing the day's findings. Their discussions are animated, filled with theories and dreams of what else might lie just beneath the surface. They speculate about the rulers who commanded such awe, the architects who designed the soaring ziggurat, and the everyday lives of the people who called Babel home. Each perspective adds another layer to the tapestry of history they are weaving together. Just as the excitement reaches a fever pitch, a tremor runs through the ground, a gentle reminder of the Earth's power. The archaeologists freeze, hearts pounding. Instinctively, they look at each other, a mixture of fear and thrill coursing through them. They feel the pulse of history, the weight of the past pressing down upon them. It's as if the spirits of ancient builders and dreamers are stirring awake, urging them to keep digging, to keep searching for the truth of their existence. And then, the light catches something glimmering in the dirt, a rounded object, half-buried and unassuming. With trembling hands, one of the team members brushes away the sand, revealing a stunning gold pendant, intricately crafted and embellished with gemstones that sparkle like stars. It's a jewel that could have adorned the neck of a priestess or a royal, a piece of the city's soul now resurfacing to tell its story. The group gasps collectively, the air thick with awe. In that moment, they can almost hear the whispers of the past, feel the breath of those who once held this treasure close. But what else might they uncover? What other secrets lay hidden, waiting to be unearthed? A sense of urgency grips the team. The night stretches out before them, dark and full of possibility, as they prepare to dig deeper, to peel back the layers of time and find the heart of Babel itself. They are driven not just by the thrill of discovery, but by the responsibility to share this history with the world, to give voice to those whose stories have been silenced for millennia. As the moon rises high in the sky, casting a silvery light over the dig site, the archaeologists feel the weight of their pursuit. They are not just uncovering artifacts. They are resurrecting lives, feelings, and dreams that once flourished in the shadows of the ziggurat. Each discovery is a heartbeat, a reminder that history is alive and breathing, woven into the very fabric of human existence. And as they continue their work, a sense of connection grows among them, binding them not only to each other, but to the ancestors who walked the same soil. They move forward, driven by the knowledge that every find brings them one step closer to illuminating the grandeur of Babel, a city that once stood at the center of the world, filled with ambition, hope, and the relentless pursuit of greatness. The tension builds, the allure of the undiscovered pulling them ever deeper into the mystery that lies just beneath their feet, just waiting for the right moment to reveal its secrets. In the dim light of ancient night, as stars twinkled like distant whispers, a great ambition stirred among humanity. They dreamed of reaching the heavens, of touching the very face of God. The air crackled with excitement as they gathered in the vast plains of Shinar, their eyes glistening with hope and defiance. This was no ordinary moment. It was the dawn of a monumental endeavor, the construction of the Tower of Babel. The very idea sent shivers down their spines. Could they truly build a tower that reached the sky? In the biblical narrative, which can be found in Genesis 11, the story unfolds with a simplicity that belies its complexity. The people, unified by a single language and purpose, set about crafting bricks and mortar. Their hands, calloused but eager, worked tirelessly to stack their ambitions into the heavens. Yet, what began as a symbol of human ingenuity quickly morphed into an emblem of hubris. The text warns of God's wrath. He looked down from the heavens, displeased by their audacity, and decided to intervene. The ground beneath the tower trembled as the divine will fragmented their language. Suddenly, the people could no longer understand one another. The cacophony of voices turned into a chaotic symphony, filled with confusion and despair, echoing through the air. Across the ancient world, echoes of this tale resonate in various cultures, leaving an indelible mark on human consciousness. The Sumerians, for instance, had their own narratives of divine retribution and the folly of mankind. The Epic of Gilgamesh speaks of a great ziggurat, a massive step structure reaching towards the heavens. As the Sumerians erected these grand monuments, they too grappled with the notion of human ambition clashing with the divine order. The fears and desires expressed in their myths mirror the tension found in the Tower of Babel's story. Both reveal the precarious balance between aspiration and overreach, a theme that transcends time and culture. In Babylonian texts, the tower's ambition is intertwined with the very identity of the city, a hub of culture, learning, and power. The Enuma Elish, a Babylonian creation myth, recounts the establishment of Marduk as the chief god, a narrative woven intricately into the fabric of Babylonian society. The Tower of Babel can be perceived as an extension of this divine hierarchy. The people sought to mimic the gods, reaching for what was beyond them, only to learn that such aspirations could lead to ruin. The blend of divine ambition and human error creates a haunting backdrop, leaving the reader suspended between admiration and dread. As the bricks piled higher, the story deepens with emotion. The builders, filled with zeal, could not foresee the storm brewing above them. In the shadows of the towering structure, families stood together, united in a common cause, yet unaware of the impending fracture. Every brick laid echoed with hopes for a better future, dreams that now hung precariously in the balance. The children, innocent and full of life, played in the dust, their laughter rising like a prayer to the heavens. They could not see the ominous clouds gathering in the distance, nor the rumbles that warned of the chaos to come. Then there are the reflections in the works of later historians and theologians like Josephus, who, in his writings, captured the essence of Babylon's ambition with a blend of awe and caution. His accounts emphasized the unity of language among the people, a gift that became their curse. They shared a single vision, but when that vision was shattered, it left them scattered across the earth. The profound loss of community, of shared dreams, resonates deeply. The fear of isolation creeping into the hearts of those who sought only to build. The emotions felt by the builders were palpable, a haunting reminder of the fragility of human connection. In another corner of the ancient world, the Islamic tradition offers echoes of the Tower of Babel in the story of the city of Iram, a lost city, a mirage of human ambition that never reached fruition. In this retelling, the destruction is not just physical but spiritual. The people deemed themselves invincible, believing they could defy the natural order. The parallels draw a haunting image. Civilizations, in their grandeur, all too often overlook the lessons of humility. The very act of reaching for the stars becomes an act of rebellion, a dance on the precipice of their own undoing. The Tower of Babel stands not only as a monument of stone but as a testament to human nature itself. It embodies the tension of ambition. Where does the quest for greatness end, and where does folly begin? The dreams of the builders, once vibrant and alive, transformed into a chilling silence as the languages splintered. The laughter faded, replaced by the sharp pang of loss, echoing like a distant memory in the minds of those who were left behind. Through these varied narratives, the emotions swell and rise like a tide, each account a different reflection on the shared human experience of hope, ambition, and loss. As the ruins of Babel loom large in the imagination, they remind us of the thin veil that separates aspiration from despair. The story is woven into the very fabric of our existence, a rich tapestry illustrating not just the fallibility of humanity, but also the beauty and tragedy of dreams that strive to touch the divine. The tower, in its final moments, becomes a powerful symbol, a reminder that reaching for greatness must be tempered with humility. Those who dared to build, who aimed for the stars, found themselves scattered across the earth. Their voices forever changed, whispering tales of ambition turned to ashes. The air crackles with emotion as the sun sets over the once great tower, now a haunting silhouette against a crimson sky. The builders, now lost, carry with them the weight of unfulfilled dreams, their hearts heavy with the knowledge that their once unbreakable unity has crumbled into a multitude of voices, each one a fragment of a story left untold, a history still aching to be understood. In the shadow of a sprawling skyline, where the echoes of ambition mingle with the distant hum of history, the Tower of Babel stands as a symbol of human aspiration and divine consequence. Its image has been etched into the fabric of artistic expression for centuries, capturing the imagination of painters, sculptors, writers, and musicians alike. The very thought of a tower that reached for the heavens, a monumental testament to humanity's desire to connect and understand, sends shivers down the spine. It was more than a mere structure of stone and mortar. It was a dream, a cautionary tale, and a source of inspiration that transcended time. As artists picked up their brushes, chisels, or quills, the legend of Babel unfurled before them, a canvas of emotions waiting to be painted. The medieval illuminators, with their precise lines and vibrant colors, adorned manuscripts with scenes of the tower rising into the sky, each brick a story, each figure a whisper of ambition. Their works reflected a world caught in a struggle between unity and chaos, mirroring the tension within the human soul. In every stroke, one could feel the desire to reach the heavens tempered by the fear of divine retribution. The Renaissance brought a wave of artists who saw Babel not just as a story, but as a reflection of their own time. Artists like Peter Bruegel the Elder captured the tower in vivid detail, weaving narratives through his paintings. In his renowned piece, The Tower of Babel, towering structures rise like a giant's folly, surrounded by a bustling crowd of workers. Each face tells a tale of hope and desperation, a longing to comprehend the world and to build something that would last. The painting breathes with life, yet there is an underlying current of impending doom, a reminder that ambition unchecked can lead to downfall. As the centuries rolled on, the tale of Babel found its way into literature, poetry, and even music. The grandiosity of the tower inspired writers like Jorge Luis Borges, who contemplated language as a barrier that divides rather than unites. In his work, the tower stands not as a mere edifice but as a metaphor for all human endeavors, complex, flawed, and ultimately, a reflection of our fragmented selves. Each word crafted in homage becomes a brick in a tower of thoughts, endlessly reaching upward but never quite connecting. This literary exploration evokes a poignant sense of loss, a yearning for a unity that remains elusive. Romantic painters, too, found themselves captivated by the tale. The tumultuous skies and dramatic landscapes of their works echoed the emotional upheaval of the story. Artists like Gustave Doré created grand illustrations that depicted the tower amidst swirling clouds and crashing waves, capturing the tumult of a human spirit striving against the odds. These images vibrated with energy, an emotional storm that left viewers breathless, contemplating the heights of ambition and the depths of despair. Moving into the modern era, the Tower of Babel continued to loom large, inspiring avant-garde artists and thinkers. The Surrealists, with their focus on the subconscious, found in Babel a rich source of symbolism. Salvador Dali painted visions that twisted the tower into something dreamlike and nightmarish, reflecting the fragmented realities of the 20th century. His work stirred the viewer's psyche, provoking emotions that roamed freely between wonder and dread. Each brushstroke seemed to vibrate with a haunting resonance, a reminder that the dreams of humanity could just as easily turn into nightmares. In 20th century literature, the resonance of Babel echoed in the words of authors like Italo Calvino, who played with the notion of language and identity. His stories wove intricate tapestries that reflected the complexities of communication, echoing the original sin of Babel, the fracturing of a once unified voice. Readers are left with the weight of human longing, the ache that comes with the realization that understanding can be both beautiful and painfully out of reach. Each sentence feels like a brick laid in a wall, a barrier that divides yet simultaneously connects. As global conflicts arose and cultures collided, the Tower of Babel found new life in contemporary art. Modern-day installations and performances reflect a world grappling with issues of race, identity, and communication. Artists have transformed the tower into a metaphor for the chaos of modern existence, where voices clash and meanings dissolve. The emotional impact of these works is palpable. They resonate with the struggles of a world still haunted by the fragments of its past. The tower becomes a living entity, pulsating with the rhythm of contemporary life, each artist adding their voice to the chorus of humanity's endless dialogue. At festivals and exhibitions, the legacy of Babel continues to inspire collaboration and conversation. Artists from various backgrounds come together to create works that reflect a shared humanity, celebrating diversity while acknowledging the barriers that still exist. The air is thick with emotion, as viewers stand before installations that invite them to reflect on their own connections, or lack thereof, with the world around them. Every piece holds a mirror to the viewer's heart, and the echoes of Babel whisper through the spaces between the artworks, reminding everyone of the universal quest for understanding. As the stories of Babel weave through time, each artistic representation becomes part of a larger narrative, a continuous loop that connects the past with the present. The emotional tapestry grows richer with every interpretation, a testament to humanity's enduring need to strive for connection, even in the face of chaos and confusion. The tower's shadow looms large, a symbol of both aspiration and consequence that continues to inspire and provoke thought, ensuring that the heart of Babel will forever beat within the soul of art. Each representation, whether a grand painting, a poignant poem, or a striking performance, reinforces the idea that the story of Babel is far from over, an evolving masterpiece that mirrors our struggles, aspirations, and dreams. High above the plains of Shinar, a monumental tower reached towards the heavens, a structure designed not just of bricks and mortar, but of dreams and defiance. It shimmered under the sun, its builders, people from every corner of the earth, gathered together in a bold alliance. They spoke one language, united in purpose, fueled by a vision that stirred the heart and ignited the spirit. Yet, this was not simply an architectural endeavor. It was a declaration of humanity's ambition, a challenge to the divine. In the sacred texts of Judaism, the Tower of Babel is a tale drenched in wonder and sorrow. The book of Genesis recounts the moment when humanity, emboldened by their shared voice, sought to make a name for themselves. "Let us build a city and a tower with its top in the heavens," they proclaimed. Their voices rose in harmony, echoing through the valleys, a melody of hope and pride. Yet it was not without peril. God, observing this unified front, felt a shift in the balance of creation. If as one people with one language they have begun to do this, then nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them, he declared, concern woven into his words. A shiver of divine resolve swept across the heavens. Suddenly, the air thickened with tension as the languages of men began to unravel. One moment, they shared a common tongue. The next, confusion surged like a wave crashing against the shore. "What's happening?" cried one man, his eyes wide with alarm as his neighbor spoke a language he could no longer understand. Panic erupted. Fingers pointed, voices clashed, and the magnificent tower that had promised greatness became a monument of division. And in that moment of chaos, the beauty of human aspiration turned to ashes. A once invincible unity transformed into a cacophony of misunderstanding. Each language was a thread in a tapestry now torn asunder, each voice a reminder of what had been lost. The heartache was palpable, as families were torn apart by the very words meant to bind them together. Across the centuries, Christianity would echo this tale, placing it within the grand narrative of creation and redemption. In the New Testament, the story of Babel finds resonance in the events of Pentecost. Here, the Holy Spirit descends upon the disciples, igniting them with a fire that empowers them to speak in many languages. This time, the tongues that once caused confusion now unite people, transcending barriers and bringing forth a new era. The echoes of Babel, once a warning of division, transformed into a message of hope, where understanding flourished amidst diversity. The power of this transformation stirs the soul, a reminder that from the ashes of despair, a phoenix can rise. Each language, once a symbol of separation, became a tool of connection, bridging hearts and minds across cultures and continents. It was as if the divine had turned the curse into a blessing, a chance for a new beginning, for humanity to learn the beauty of diversity and the strength found in unity. In the rich tapestry of Islam, the Tower of Babel holds its place, too, but it is colored with a different brush. The Quran speaks to the importance of understanding and communication, emphasizing that different languages and cultures are signs of God's creation. Each language is a divine gift, an opportunity to appreciate the richness of life and the diversity of human experience. In this light, the story of Babel serves not as a mere cautionary tale, but as an invitation to embrace the differences that define humanity. The beauty of the world resides in its variety, in the myriad ways people express their thoughts, hopes, and dreams. The tower, once a symbol of human hubris, transforms into a reminder of the divine wisdom embedded in the fabric of creation itself. God, in His infinite mercy, provides us with the capacity to learn from one another, to listen, and to grow. As the echoes of Babel fade into the distance, one can feel the weight of history pressing down, a reminder that every story is intertwined, each thread woven into the grand tapestry of existence. The hearts of the builders, once filled with ambition, now beat in the shadow of what they had aspired to create. The dust of the old tower swirled around them, a haunting reminder of their ambition turned to folly, yet it also lingered as a spark of hope. Would they rise again from their confusion? Would the human spirit reclaim its voice? In the end, the Tower of Babel is not merely a story of failure. It is a testament to the resilience of humanity. It reverberates through the ages, calling out a challenge to every generation to learn from the past. It speaks of the beauty in our differences and the strength found in our unity. The whispers of those ancient builders can still be heard, their dreams lingering like echoes in the wind, urging the world to remember. Amidst the chaos of language and culture, there lies an unshakable desire to connect, to understand, and to love. The tale weaves onward, a thread connecting the hearts of believers in Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Each perspective, unique yet intertwined, invites reflection, urging the listener to ponder the profound lessons hidden within the ruins of that great tower. As the sun sets over the plains of Shinar, casting long shadows upon the ground, the story of Babel lingers, an unfinished symphony of human ambition and divine purpose, forever calling to those willing to listen. A flickering candle dances in the dark, casting eerie shadows that play tricks on the walls. The air is thick with the weight of whispers, stories passed down through generations, tales that blur the lines between truth and imagination. As the flame crackles, it ignites the minds of those who gather close, eager to hear the legends of old. But what if those stories are more than mere fables? What if they hold fragments of reality? Consider the legend of King Arthur, a name that rings through history like a chime of a distant bell. Was he a noble king, wielding Excalibur, leading his knights of the Round Table in a noble quest for justice? Or was he a creation of poetic imagination, an amalgamation of various historical figures and folklore? The truth remains tangled in the mists of time. Some historians believe Arthur may have been a Celtic chieftain, a warrior who defended Britain against invading Saxons in the Dark Ages. Others argue that the tales of his valor were merely the embellishments of romantic storytellers, seeking to inspire future generations. Then there's the mythical figure of Robin Hood, the noble outlaw with a heart of gold, robbing from the rich to give to the poor. In the shrouded depths of Sherwood Forest, where leaves rustle like secrets, Stories of Robin's clever escapades have filled the minds of countless children. But was he ever real, or is he just a symbol of resistance against tyranny? Some scholars suggest he may have been based on real outlaws, men like Hereward the Wake, who stood against the oppressive Norman kings. Yet, like Arthur, Robin Hood dances on the edge of history, caught between the factual and the fantastical. The candle flickers again, and with it, the shadows shift, revealing the truth about the infamous witch hunts of the Middle Ages. Thousands of innocent people, mostly women, were accused of witchcraft, subjected to horrifying trials and executions. But what fueled this frenzy? Was it genuine belief in malevolent magic, or a calculated tactic to suppress the rising power of women in society? The history of witch hunts is a tapestry woven with fear, superstition, and the dark undercurrents of human nature. The haunting cries of the accused echo through time, reminding us that sometimes history is written in blood, not ink. Across the ages, the world has been captivated by the allure of the ancient Egyptians, their pyramids standing as silent sentinels to a civilization filled with mystery. But was Cleopatra the enchanting seductress of popular lore? Or was she a savvy political strategist, navigating the treacherous waters of power? She spoke several languages, educated and eloquent, a queen who aligned herself with powerful Romans, not merely for love, but for survival of her people. The truth behind her story is a collage of ambition, intelligence, and the harsh realities of life in a patriarchal society. As the candle sputters, the shadows draw back, revealing the haunting tale of the Vikings. Bursting onto the scene in longships, they were once thought to be nothing more than barbaric raiders. Yet, recent discoveries suggest a more complex narrative. They were traders, explorers, and settlers, shaping the lands they touched. From the shores of North America to the markets of Constantinople, they established connections that changed the course of history. The Viking legacy is rich, painted with strokes of adventure, culture, and discovery. But the image of savage marauders lingers, a myth that overshadows their true impact. Then, a sudden chill fills the air, and the candle flickers wildly, illuminating the story of the infamous Roman Emperor Nero. History has branded him as a tyrant who fiddled while Rome burned, a vivid image that has stuck through the centuries. But was he truly the monster he's painted to be? Some historians argue that Nero was a misunderstood ruler, one who fought for artistic expression in a culture that prized conformity. The Great Fire of Rome, often attributed to him, may have been a tragic accident, exploited by his enemies. In the shadows of his reign, the truth molds itself into different shapes, as complex as the man himself. Suddenly, a loud crack echoes, and the candle's light dims, casting darkness over the room. The tension thickens, revealing the story of the Spanish Inquisition, an era shrouded in fear and fanaticism. Countless lives were ruined under the guise of religious purity, as accusations flew like arrows, piercing the hearts of the innocent. But beyond the horror lies a chilling question. Did the Inquisition serve its purpose, or was it a tool of political control? The remnants of this dark chapter remind us how history often wears the masks of righteousness while hiding its true intentions. Through the flickering light, tales of courage and betrayal swirl together, intertwining like smoke in the night. The legend of the Trojan War, with its cunning strategies and tragic loves, unfolds in whispers. Was it a real conflict, or a poetic invention of Homer? Archaeological finds hint at a city that may have once stood proud, besieged by foes. Yet, the stories of Achilles, Hector, and the fabled Trojan horse blur the lines, inviting speculation, while history remains just out of reach. As the candle's flame fights for survival, another shadowy figure appears, Genghis Khan, the feared Mongol leader. History remembers him as a savage conqueror who left a trail of destruction. But beneath the blood-stained legacy lies a man who united fractured tribes, creating one of the largest empires in history. His strategies transformed warfare, and his policies fostered trade and cultural exchange. Yet, the myths of brutality often overshadow the complexities of his reign, leaving a legacy intertwined with both fear and admiration. The candle flickers once more, and the shadows stretch longer, whispering stories of the Aztecs and their grand civilization. Was Montezuma a cowardly ruler who let his people fall to the Spanish conquerors, or a man caught in the web of fate, navigating the challenges of his time? The arrival of Hernán Cortés brought calamity, but the myths surrounding the Aztecs often eclipse their true strength and resilience. Their temples and traditions, rich in culture, were sacrificed on the altar of conquest, leaving behind echoes of what once was. Time slips through fingers like sand as the candle sputters, its light struggling against the encroaching darkness. Each flicker reveals more stories, more truths entangled with lies, each begging for recognition, each yearning to be heard. The tension in the air rises, thick with uncertainty, blurring the lines between what was and what is perceived. As shadows dance, the cry for clarity rings louder, compelling the souls who linger in the glow to seek the unvarnished truth hidden within the myths. And as the flame dwindles, it is clear that the stories are far from over. They twist and turn, weaving into the very fabric of history, ever eager for the next chapter to unfold. In an ancient land, where the sun dipped low and cast golden hues across the stony plains, a significant event was about to unfold. People of all kinds gathered, their voices weaving an intricate tapestry of sounds. The air was thick with excitement and confusion, a beautiful chaos of languages that echoed through the valley. Here, the story of Babel began, a tale of ambition, pride, and the innate human need for connection, but also a story tinged with the melancholy of division. In those early days, humanity spoke a single language, a melody that flowed smoothly from every tongue. The people pooled their dreams, building a massive tower that reached for the heavens, each brick symbolizing their unity and strength. They envisioned a world where borders vanished, where their combined voices could touch the stars. But as the stones climbed higher, something darker brewed among them. Whispers of jealousy and ambition crept into their hearts, sparking a fire that would change everything. Then, one fateful day, the skies roared, and the wind howled as if nature itself was warning them. Suddenly, the world fractured. Words that once flowed freely turned into a jumbled mess of sounds. A man calling for his friend could only muster a strange tongue that twisted and turned like a serpent. Confusion cascaded like a waterfall. Understanding slipped through their fingers like grains of sand. Families were torn apart as they struggled to comprehend one another, and communities that once thrived in unity found themselves isolated in their own dialects. As the languages multiplied, so too did the cultures. Each new sound carried with it the essence of its people, their joys, sorrows, hopes, and fears. Songs were sung in tones that resonated with the heart, stories were told with vibrant gestures, and dishes were prepared with spices that told tales of the land that nurtured them. The rich tapestry of human experience unfurled, each thread vibrant and unique, yet somehow connected to the others. In the towns that sprung up, markets buzzed with the hum of commerce, each stall a different world. An Italian vendor bartered in sharp, lively words, while a nearby merchant from the east spoke softly, his phrases flowing like silk. Laughter erupted as children played, their games reflecting the blend of languages they heard every day. A boy named Amir spoke Arabic and laughed with his friend Maria, who sang in Spanish, their voices rising into the air, creating a harmony that echoed the beauty of their differences. Yet, as centuries passed, the divisions deepened. Great empires rose and fell, each leaving its mark on the tapestry of language. The Romans, with their powerful influence, spread Latin across vast lands, while the Greeks enriched the world with philosophy and art, their words resonating through the ages. The Silk Road became a vibrant highway of culture, where traders exchanged not only goods but stories, ideas, and languages, each encounter a spark igniting new thoughts and connections. With the dawn of new eras came the clash of tongues. The language of the conqueror often drowned out the cries of the conquered. In the Americas, the arrival of Europeans swept aside native languages, erasing centuries of history and culture like footprints washed away by the tide. But even in this darkness, pockets of resilience emerged. Indigenous tribes clung to their languages, passing them down like sacred treasures, whispering ancient stories to the wind, ensuring their voices would not vanish into silence. Time marched on, and as the world shrank through exploration and technology, languages continued to evolve. New dialects emerged, a reflection of blending cultures and shared experiences. English, once a simple tongue, morphed into a global language, yet still retained the flavors of its many origins. The internet became a virtual marketplace of languages, where people from every corner of the globe conversed in real time, bridging divides that had once seemed insurmountable. In this vibrant, ever-changing landscape, an elderly woman named Nia sat in her small apartment, surrounded by books filled with words from forgotten languages. Her fingers traced the spines as she reminisced about her youth, when her grandmother sang lullabies in a dialect that was now nearly lost. She felt a swell of emotion as she recalled the warmth of her community, where every gathering was a celebration of language and culture, a dance of words that brought life to their identities. Then came the day when Nia received a letter, a call to action. A cultural festival was to be held in the heart of the city, a gathering that would celebrate the beauty of diversity. Excitement tinged with anxiety coursed through her veins. Could she share her grandmother's songs? Would anyone still remember them? As she prepared for the festival, she felt the weight of history resting on her shoulders, the voices of her ancestors urging her to keep their legacy alive. On the day of the festival, the streets pulsed with energy. Vibrant flags fluttered in the breeze, each representing a different culture. People of all ages filled the square, their laughter ringing out like music. Nia stepped onto the stage, her heart racing. As she opened her mouth, the first notes of her grandmother's song floated into the air, trembling with emotion. The crowd fell silent, captivated by the haunting melody that spoke of love, loss, and longing, a universal language that transcended words. Around her, faces lit up as others joined in, singing songs from their own cultures, weaving a rich tapestry of sound that enveloped the crowd. Each voice added a layer to the experience, a reminder that despite differences, they shared the same human spirit. In that moment, standing amid a chorus of voices, Nia felt an overwhelming sense of connection. The legacy of Babel continued to thrive, a testament to the beauty of cultural diversity. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink, she looked out into the sea of faces. Each person a story, each story a thread in the ever-expanding tapestry of humanity. The echoes of her song mingled with laughter and conversation, creating a symphony that resonated with hope and unity. Nia understood then that the story of Babel was not just about division, but also about the resilience of the human spirit to connect and create anew, to build bridges even when walls seemed insurmountable. Amidst the vibrant chaos of languages and cultures, a new chapter awaited, one filled with endless possibilities where every voice mattered, and every story had the power to inspire. And as night fell, the stars twinkled brightly above, silent witnesses to the myriad of connections being formed below, each one a promise, a reminder that the legacy of Babel was alive, ever-changing, and infinitely rich. The silence that hung in the air was deafening, a tension so thick that it felt as if the world was holding its breath. A single voice, trembling yet resolute, began to weave a story. It danced between languages, English, Spanish, Mandarin, and fragments of syllables from tongues long forgotten. This was the moment where the weight of Babel crushed down upon the listeners, reminding them of the bittersweet beauty of communication and its relentless barriers. In this swirling narrative, ancient echoes of a tower built to pierce the heavens were revived. The people of Babel, united by ambition and vision, sought to reach the divine. Yet, the skies, in their jealousy, shattered their unity with a chaotic clamor of languages, flinging them into disarray. From that point on, history spun on its axis, forever marked by the struggle to communicate, to understand, and to be understood. In modern literature and media, the Babel narrative resonates profoundly, lurking behind the pages of novels and the frames of films. It breathes life into the stories of individuals who grapple with their identities in a world teeming with voices. An immigrant struggles in a new land, a child of refugees battling the echoes of her parents' homeland, and a soldier far from home with no one to talk to but the stars above, each a reflection of that ancient tale of fragmentation and longing. The thrill of stories like The Book Thief, where words become weapons in the hands of a young girl, unveils how language can be both a shelter and a prison. The protagonist, Liesel Meminger, finds solace in the pages of stolen books, a silent rebellion against the chaos of war. With each borrowed word, she stitches together a fragile tapestry of hope amidst despair. Her story intertwines with the spirit of Babel, a reminder that even when languages fail, the power of narrative can transcend barriers, reaching into the very hearts of those who dare to listen. Then there are films like Arrival, where linguistic experts grapple not just with alien tongues but with the very fabric of time and perception. As the protagonist, Louise Banks, learns to communicate with extraterrestrial beings, she realizes that understanding goes beyond mere words. It evokes emotions, memories, and choices that ripple through time. The tension builds as she confronts the painful reality of love and loss, showcasing how language shapes our existence in profound ways. This exploration of communication echoes the disarray of Babel, where the quest for understanding becomes a deeply personal journey, fraught with both anguish and revelation. Turning the pages of contemporary novels, one feels the pulse of the Babel narrative in works like Exit West by Mohsin Hamid. Here, characters navigate through magical doors, transcending borders and language barriers, yet the underlying struggle remains: the fight to find a place in the world. The emotional weight of leaving behind familiar sounds and voices hangs heavy as migrants search for belonging. The characters' hearts beat in sync with the ancient tale, embodying the hopes and fears of countless souls who have ever yearned for home. Meanwhile, street art and hip-hop culture amplify the Babel narrative in ways that resonate with the youth. Artists like Banksy and musicians like Kendrick Lamar wield their voices as tools of resistance. The walls of cities are adorned with bold statements that echo the frustrations of speaking a language that the world refuses to hear. The rhythm of their verses becomes a rallying cry, a fusion of cultures that reflects the chaos of Babel, where the desire to shout out against silence becomes a universal anthem of struggle and triumph. Even in the realm of social media, the echoes of Babel are palpable. Platforms designed for connection often reveal the fragmentation of communication, where emojis substitute words and hashtags carry the weight of entire movements. The power struggles and misunderstandings that unfold in comment sections mirror the disarray of language that the Tower of Babel once unleashed. Here, every tweet, post, and comment reflects a longing for connection, a desperate plea to be understood in a world filled with noise. The emotions run high as people attempt to bridge the gap between their languages and cultures, yearning for a shared experience, yet often clashing in misinterpretations. The tension is palpable, as each individual navigates the intricate web of identity, trying to find their place amidst the cacophony. The Babel narrative, alive in the digital age, serves as both a warning and an invitation, a reminder that while we may speak different tongues, the essence of our stories connects us all. In the theater of life, the curtain rises on a powerful scene. A mother stands before her child, speaking in a language thick with the weight of her history. Her words are filled with the dreams of a homeland lost, of generations who fought for their voices to be heard. The child, wide-eyed, struggles to find meaning in the unfamiliar sounds, caught between the past and the present. This moment encapsulates the essence of the Babel narrative, where the longing for connection collides with the reality of fragmentation, stirring emotions that linger long after the scene fades. And it doesn't end there. The whispers of the Babel narrative echo through poetry, dance, and every form of art that seeks to capture the human experience. Each brushstroke, each lyrical note, reverberates with the universal longing to communicate beyond words. The beauty of it all is that perhaps, after centuries of division and misunderstanding, the quest to reach out, to connect, remains the strongest thread weaving through the fabric of humanity. As the story unfolds, the tension builds into a crescendo, leaving readers suspended in a moment that feels both haunting and hopeful. The legacy of Babel is an unending cycle, a reminder that the journey towards understanding is fraught with challenges. Yet it is a journey worth taking. Hearts race and breath quickens, as the narrative pulses with the rhythm of life's complexities, urging the audience to lean in, to listen closely, to feel deeply, knowing that the next chapter is yet to be written. The wind howled around the spires of a once mighty tower, its stones whispering tales of power and ruin. In the flickering shadows cast by torches, the weight of history hung heavy, a palpable tension thick enough to cut with a knife. This tower, standing tall amidst the crumbling remnants of a bygone era, was not merely a structure of stone and mortar. It was a harbinger of change, a crucible of political strife, a silent witness to the passions and follies of generations. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, the tower loomed larger, its presence an omnipotent force ready to eclipse the lives of those who dared to enter its domain. The echoes of revolution danced in the air, thick with the scent of rebellion and courage. It was here that dreams of freedom collided with the harsh reality of oppression, a place where the cries for justice rang out like a battle cry, reverberating through the hearts of the oppressed. Throughout history, towers have stood as symbols of authority, their heights reflecting the power they once wielded. In medieval Europe, the imposing silhouette of a castle tower meant safety and dominance, a fortress against the chaos of the outside world. But beneath that facade of strength lay a vulnerability, the fragility of power propped up by fear and intimidation. The people, once mere subjects, were beginning to awaken to their own strength, and the tower became a focal point of their longing for change. In the days leading to the storming of the Bastille, a fortress prison in Paris, the tower stood as a stark reminder of the chasm between the monarchy and the masses. It was a place of imprisonment, shrouded in mystery and dread, where the cries of the innocent echoed off the stone walls. As revolutionaries gathered in the streets, their hearts filled with hope and rage, the sight of that tower ignited a fire within them. They were no longer willing to bow to tyranny. They wanted to seize their destiny, to break the chains that bound them. The air crackled with anticipation as the revolutionaries approached the Bastille, their hearts racing with the thrill of the moment. They raised their voices, united in purpose, their souls intertwined in a collective dream of liberty. As they surged toward the fortress, the tower loomed overhead, a silent spectator to the tempest that was about to unfold. The clash of swords and the bellowing cries of the people erupted in a cacophony of sound, shaking the very foundations of power and privilege. In the wake of that fateful day, the tower, once synonymous with oppression, transformed into a symbol of resistance. It became a beacon of hope for the downtrodden, a testament to the idea that change was possible, that the voice of the people could rise above the oppressive silence. Across the continents, from the tumult of the French Revolution to the civil rights movements of the 20th century, towers transformed into rallying points, places where ideologies clashed and new dreams were born. In the heart of America, the Liberty Bell cracked under the weight of its own significance, yet it resonated across the nation, echoing the calls for freedom. The towering structures of Washington's monuments stood tall, casting long shadows over the struggles and victories of a people fighting for their rights. Each stone laid was a testament to the shared spirit of resilience, a reminder that the strength of a nation lies in the unity of its people. But the tower also stood as a reminder of the darker side of power. It bore witness to the rise and fall of empires, each with its own story of tyranny and redemption. In Russia, the Kremlin's towers reached for the heavens, symbols of authority, yet they also echoed with the cries of those who suffered under oppressive regimes. The ghosts of the past clung to its walls, a reminder that power could corrupt, and that the very symbols meant to inspire could also invoke fear. As the world turned, towers continued to rise, each one a reflection of the aspirations and dreams of the people. In cities across the globe, skyscrapers pierced the sky, their glass facades glistening like jewels, yet beneath them lay the struggles of those who toiled to build them. The promise of prosperity gleamed brightly, but at what cost? The distance between the elite and the working class widened, and once again, the echoes of revolution stirred the hearts of the oppressed. The people gathered, hearts pounding, voices raised in a symphony of solidarity. They looked to the towers that had once defined their struggles, seeking inspiration, seeking change. The emotions ran high as they recalled the stories of those who had come before them, who had stood against the tide of oppression, whose cries for justice had reverberated through the ages. With every protest, every call for change, the towers transformed. They were no longer just symbols of power, but of hope, resilience, and the unyielding spirit of humanity. The world watched, hearts racing, as the foundations of society shifted, as the people rose once more to reclaim their voices, their power, their destiny. As night fell, the towers stood illuminated against the dark sky, guardians of the past, witnesses to the present, and beacons for the future. The history of struggle carved into their stones called out to the next generation's dreamers and warriors. There was no end in sight, no silence to be found. The stories continued to unfold, each moment a new chapter in a saga of hope and defiance, as the people sought to redefine the very essence of what it meant to stand beneath the shadow of a tower. In that electric atmosphere, the air thick with emotion, the journey was far from over. The past intertwined with the present, and as the crowd swelled, their hearts beat in unison, a wave of determination surging forth. This was not merely a protest. It was a movement, a call to arms, an unyielding belief that the towers, once symbols of oppression, could now rise anew as monuments to a brighter future. The echoes of history and the cries of the present melded together, promising that the story would continue, unbroken, as long as there were hearts willing to stand and fight. On a bustling street corner in New York City, a crowd of faces tells a story of their own. A child giggles in Spanish as her mother scolds her in English, while a group of friends banter in a mix of Mandarin and French, their laughter echoing off the skyscrapers that touch the sky. Nearby, a young man holds a sign in Arabic, advertising his food cart, where the rich scent of shawarma wafts through the air, beckoning passers-by. Each voice adds a unique note to the symphony of humanity, a modern-day Tower of Babel, where words collide and cultures intertwine. These cities, New York, London, Paris, and Tokyo, have become the stages where languages mingle and merge, crafting a vibrant tapestry of sound. Yet, beneath the allure of this linguistic ballet lies a tension that binds every syllable. As people navigate this maze of tongues, they often find themselves caught in the exhilarating struggle to connect despite the barriers that language can create. A smile, a raised eyebrow, or a shared laugh can bridge gaps that words sometimes cannot. In London, the historical echoes of the British Empire reverberate through the streets, where the rhythms of Urdu and Polish have joined the familiar cadence of English. The Queen's English, once the sole monarch of the city's conversations, now shares its throne with a chorus of voices from every corner of the globe. On the bustling market streets of Brick Lane, aromas of spices mingle with shouts of hawkers selling everything from curry to bagels. Here, stories of migration and resilience intertwine, creating connections that bind strangers together over shared meals and mutual dreams. Yet the struggle is real. Imagine an immigrant landing in a foreign city armed only with hope and an unfamiliar tongue. The heart races, a mix of excitement and fear, as the first English words stumble from their lips. "Where is the bus?" they ask, their accent thick, their hands trembling slightly. Will they be understood? Will they belong? In that moment, the city feels both welcoming and cold, a paradox wrapped in concrete and glass. The response, often a smile or a nod, can ignite a flicker of confidence, but it can also crush the spirit if the listener's eyes glaze over with confusion. Across the ocean, in Toronto, the scene shifts but the emotions remain. Here, the sound of Swahili mingles with the soft lilt of Tamil, a colorful exchange under the vast Canadian sky. It's a place where cultural festivals explode with color and music, each one a reminder that diversity is not just present, it's celebrated. The Caribbean Carnival fills the streets with laughter and rhythm, while the taste of the Danforth Festival brings together the flavors of Greece, each bite a delicious nod to the past. It's a place where identities are not overshadowed but amplified, and every voice matters. Yet every celebration carries the weight of struggle. A family watching their children thrive in this mosaic of languages may feel a pang of nostalgia for their mother tongue, the lullabies that drifted through their childhood. The yearning for connection can be a double-edged sword, with the beauty of new beginnings often shadowed by the pain of forgetting. Each language left behind is a thread that frays, a piece of identity that risks being lost. The streets of Paris pulse with the same rhythm, where locals and tourists alike navigate the linguistic labyrinth with a mixture of curiosity and pride. In cafes lined with tables, conversations swirl like the steam from fresh espresso. Here, the French language reigns, but nearby, the sounds of Arabic and Berber slip through the air, a reminder of the city's colonial past and its modern-day complexities. The streets are alive with stories. Each corner turned unfolds a new chapter, as immigrants find solace in the familiar aroma of their homeland's cuisine. But Paris is not without its struggles. The tension between preserving the past and embracing the present crackles in the air. The debate over language rights simmers just beneath the surface. Can a city truly be a home when the very language of its streets feels like a barrier? The answer eludes many, leaving them caught in a whirlwind of desire and fear. As day turns to night, the glimmering lights of these cities illuminate the complexities that lie beneath. Each language spoken is like a heartbeat, each accent, a story of longing, love, and loss. In the shadows, the stories of those who feel unseen begin to surface. A refugee, clutching their child, stands at a subway station, their eyes scanning the signs that seem to whisper their own language back to them. If only they could grasp the meaning. Across the globe in Mumbai, the scene shifts yet again. The streets thrum with energy, a vibrant clash of Marathi, Hindi, and English, as people hustle through the crowded markets. The voices rise and fall like the waves of the Arabian Sea, but the melody is tinged with an undercurrent of longing. Each street vendor, each customer, speaks a little differently, yet the connections formed are profound. In this city, where dreams collide with reality, the struggle to be understood can ignite a fire within, pushing individuals to transcend their linguistic hardships. A woman selling flowers feels the weight of her dreams and the language barrier that keeps her from expressing them fully. Her heart aches for the opportunities she cannot grasp, but she finds solace in the bright colors of her blooms. Each flower tells a story, transcending words, as customers reach out, some in broken Hindi, others in perfect English, and still others in a mixture of the two. It's a beautiful chaos, where the fragrance of hope mingles with the grit of struggle. In this modern-day Babel, cities pulse with the energy of millions, each heartbeat a unique rhythm that contributes to the greater symphony of humanity. The tension of multilingualism, the way it binds and breaks, connects and isolates, echoes through the very foundation of these urban landscapes. It's a dance of identities, a swirl of cultures colliding and coalescing, creating a tapestry rich with the colors of human experience. As the night deepens, a faint hum of conversation spills into the streets, reverberating through the alleys and avenues. Voices rise and fall, laughter merges with cries, creating a symphony that is at once beautiful and haunting. The world outside may be chaotic, but within these cities, in this modern-day Babel, there lies a delicate balance of connection and yearning, a reminder of the power of language to both divide and unite, to tell stories that span continents and centuries, and to create a space where everyone's voice matters. In a world where voices echo across borders yet often clash, the legacy of Babel stirs like an ancient storm. The Tower of Babel, a grand monument to human ambition, once stood as a symbol of unity. Yet, in its very pursuit of reaching the heavens, it became the birthplace of division. The people spoke a single language, their dreams woven tightly together, until pride unraveled their fabric. As they pressed upwards, the heavens responded with chaos. A multitude of tongues, each one distinct, each one a barrier that pressed down harder than the weight of their stone edifice. Fast forward to today, and the echoes of Babel linger, haunting the halls of modern discourse. The cacophony of voices, rich with culture and strife, mirrors those ancient builders. Nations, communities, and families grapple with the challenge of understanding one another amidst a growing divide fueled by politics, social media, and the relentless march of technology. Each word spoken can either bridge a gap or forge a deeper chasm. The stakes are high, and the emotions run deep. In the city streets, the pulse of life beats in a rhythm of hope and despair. A young woman with vibrant blue hair stands at a corner, holding a sign that reads, "We are one." Her heart races as she watches people pass by, some nodding in agreement, others casting scornful glances. Each reaction stings, yet she remains resolute, driven by the belief that unity can triumph over division. The winds of change swirl around her like whispers of countless voices, each carrying the weight of lived experience, each a thread in the complex tapestry of humanity. Across town, a man of middle age sits in a cafe, scrolling through his phone, his brow furrowed. The screen is a flood of opinions, insults, and passionate pleas for justice. The words swirl around him like a storm, igniting a fire of frustration within. He longs for connection, yet feels the fraying ties of community slipping away. Once, he could share a laugh with neighbors over a shared meal, but now, even the simplest conversations feel loaded with tension. The very essence of communication has shifted. An innocent inquiry can lead to a heated argument, and the warmth of familiarity has been replaced with the cold chill of suspicion. In this digital age, the tapestry of Babel has transformed, woven into a new fabric of social media threads that can connect and isolate in equal measure. The same platforms designed to unite people can also amplify division, creating echo chambers that resonate with only one viewpoint. The rapid-fire posts and comments create a sense of urgency, leading to knee-jerk reactions that often drown out thoughtful dialogue. In this new Babel, understanding is a rare commodity, and empathy is often lost in the noise. At a nearby community center, a group gathers for a discussion on bridging divides. Their faces reflect a mosaic of backgrounds and beliefs, each person adding their unique voice to the collective conversation. As they share their stories, the room fills with emotion, joy, pain, anger, and hope. The power of their shared experiences is palpable, igniting a spark of understanding that flickers brightly amidst the shadows of division. Yet, beneath the surface, an undercurrent of tension bubbles. Old wounds, generational trauma, and unspoken grievances linger like ghosts, threatening to rise up and disrupt the fragile harmony they seek to build. The clock ticks steadily, counting down the moments they have together. As they speak, the air crackles with the electricity of possibility. Each story shared serves as a bridge, yet each bridge comes with its own toll. The fear of being misunderstood, the anxiety of vulnerability. These emotions hang heavy in the air. Yet, as they listen, a collective resolve begins to form. They realize that the act of listening itself can be a revolutionary act, a defiance against the silence that division often breeds. Then, in a sudden moment of intensity, a voice rises above the rest. A young man, trembling with passion, speaks of his experience growing up in a fractured neighborhood. His words cut through the air like a knife, raw and unfiltered. He paints a picture of a world where hope flickers like a dying flame. Yet amid the darkness, he clings to the belief that unity is not just a dream but a necessary fight. His plea echoes the sentiments of many, a yearning not just to be heard but to be understood. The room holds its breath, the weight of his words hanging thick in the air. As the discussion continues, the barriers between them begin to melt away, replaced by a sense of camaraderie that defies the harsh realities outside. They are all affected by the same storm of division, yet they are also the architects of their own unity. With every shared story, they dismantle the walls that have divided them, brick by brick. The night pushes forward, and the clock ticks on. But time feels suspended in this moment of collective heartbeats and shared humanity. Every voice matters, and as this gathering concludes, they leave with a renewed sense of purpose. The dream of unity dances just out of reach, yet the embers of hope spark anew within them. Outside the community center, the world continues to spin, still fraught with the echoes of Babel. Each person walks away, carrying the weight of their experiences, their struggles, their dreams. Yet for the first time, they take those steps together, intertwined in their shared journey. The streets remain alive with the sounds of life, a symphony of voices that rise and fall like waves upon the shore. And in the distance, the shadows of division loom large, but now they are armed with the knowledge that within the chaos lies the possibility of understanding, connection, and, ultimately, unity. In this world painted with the hues of Babel, each person has the power to speak, to listen, and to forge a path towards a future where the many can finally become one. In a crowded cafe, a young woman sits with her laptop, fingers dancing across the keyboard like a pianist lost in the throes of a passionate concerto. Her brow furrows, and a smile flickers as she types a message to a friend halfway around the world. Unbeknownst to her, that simple act of communication is a revolution, a symphony of technology that connects hearts and minds across vast distances. The air hums with the soft buzz of devices, phones chirping, notifications pinging, and the gentle chatter of voices blending into a tapestry of modern life. Each sound, each notification, tells a story of a world transformed, a world where language is no longer bound by geography. Once, communication was a laborious task, filled with the weight of distance and time. Think back to the days when letters took weeks to traverse continents, where a single message might be the lifeline between lovers or the last words of a soldier sent off to war. The quill scratched against parchment, ink smudged by the tears of longing. A letter delivered could change futures, bind families, or ignite revolutions, yet it was slow, a painful wait filled with anticipation and uncertainty. With the advent of the telegraph in the 19th century, the world began to shrink. Messages could travel at the speed of electricity, ushering in an era of instantaneous communication. Yet, even then, the message was often stripped of nuance, emotion reduced to dots and dashes, a cold relay of information. People began to grapple with how to express the warmth of human connection through such an impersonal medium. The telegraph laid the groundwork, but it was not until the telephone rang out with its familiar trill that voices could finally bridge the chasms of distance. Inflection, laughter, and tears could flow freely over the lines. As decades rolled by, the landscape of language transformed dramatically. The rise of radio, television, and eventually, the internet ignited a wildfire of connectivity. With a flick of a switch, voices filled homes, stories leaped from screens, and the world began to communicate in ways previously unimaginable. But technology did not merely change how people spoke. It altered the very language itself. Emojis began to blossom, tiny icons bursting with meaning, allowing people to convey emotions that words sometimes failed to capture. A simple smiley face could evoke joy, while a heart could bridge the gap between friends who felt worlds apart. Social media emerged like a phoenix from the ashes of traditional communication platforms. It was a realm where every thought, every fleeting emotion could be broadcasted instantly to friends, family, and sometimes to strangers across the globe. In this vibrant digital landscape, language morphed yet again. Shortened words, acronyms, and hashtags became the new lexicon. People spoke in snippets and sound bites, crafting identities in a world that demanded immediacy. Each post, each tweet, was a brushstroke on the canvas of their lives, a chance to share joy, pain, or an ordinary moment made extraordinary by the simple act of sharing. Yet, with this ease of communication came a new set of challenges. Misunderstandings flourished in the digital realm. Tone often became lost in translation, sarcasm misread as sincerity, and the warmth of face-to-face conversation faded into cold pixels on a screen. Online discourse, once a welcoming exchange of ideas, sometimes devolved into a battleground where words became weapons. The immediacy of technology led to impulsive reactions, a rush to type without the pause for reflection. The consequences were profound, as friendships frayed and communities splintered under the weight of miscommunication. Amid this chaos, innovators sought to bridge the gaps. Language translation apps sprang to life, fueled by the desire to connect rather than divide. Suddenly, a traveler could converse with locals in far-off lands, sharing laughter and stories that transcended spoken language. The world grew smaller, yet the richness of human interaction became more complex, facilitated by algorithms and artificial intelligence that could mimic human conversation, but often fell short of true understanding. In the midst of this technological whirlwind, there lay a profound irony. As people became more connected, some felt increasingly isolated. The very tools designed to bring them closer paradoxically fostered feelings of loneliness. The intimate act of sharing a moment shifted from sitting together, eyes sparkling with laughter, to scrolling through curated images on a screen. A facade of connection that sometimes felt hollow. But the story does not end here. The future of language and communication teeters on the brink of another transformation. Virtual reality and augmented reality promise to redefine interaction itself. Imagine stepping into a digital space where words become immersive experiences, where conversation flows in 3D and emotions can be felt as much as they are expressed. The potential for human connection is dizzying, but so too are the uncertainties. What will happen to the nuances of language when it can be manipulated by technology? Will the depth of communication be sacrificed for the sake of innovation? Voices echo through the ages, whispering caution as well as hope. Humanity has always adapted, bending and reshaping language to fit the needs of its time. From the rich oral traditions of the past to the rapid-fire exchanges of today, the essence of communication remains. A yearning to connect, to express, to understand and be understood. Each technological leap has left its mark, a thread woven into the fabric of human experience, binding people together across time and space. In the cafe, the young woman leans back, her heart racing as she presses send. Her message travels through cyberspace, a pulse of light racing across the globe. The world outside her window blurs, but her mind is alive with the possibilities of what comes next. Each keystroke is a reminder of the untold stories waiting to be shared, the emotions yearning to be felt. In the symphony of human connection, the melody continues, inviting all to join in, to write, to speak, to dream. The stage is set for a new chapter in the ongoing saga of language and technology, a tale still unfolding, rich with the promise of what lies ahead. A great tower loomed against the horizon, its stones whispering secrets of ambition and pride. The air crackled with excitement as thousands gathered, their voices merging into a cacophony of hope and dreams. This was Babel, a marvelous edifice built not just from bricks and mortar, but from the shared aspirations of humanity, a bold declaration that they could reach the heavens together. Yet, beneath this grand vision lay a lesson etched in the annals of history, a lesson that pulsated with both the thrill of unity and the haunting echoes of division. As the sun dipped below the skyline, casting long shadows across the land, the builders toiled with fervor, their laughter and shouts ringing out like a symphony of possibility. They spoke many languages, each voice a thread woven into a vast tapestry of cultures. But as they reached for the heavens, little did they know that the very diversity that fueled their ambition would soon sow seeds of discord. The dream of togetherness began to unravel as misunderstandings crept into conversations like thieves in the night. The bricklayers and stonemasons, once united in purpose, now found themselves lost amid a chaotic swirl of unfamiliar tongues. A sudden silence fell over the site, chilling as the evening breeze swept through the gathering. Confusion sparked like fire among the workers as they struggled to understand one another. Frustration bubbled to the surface, and the camaraderie that had once flourished began to tarnish. Arguments flared, hands gestured wildly, and soon, the tower that symbolized unity became a monument to division. The bricks that once seemed to fit together with the ease of shared dreams now stood apart, each one echoing the isolation of its builder. Across the ages, this moment in time serves as a mirror reflecting the fragile nature of cooperation. History is littered with the lessons of pride and misunderstanding, each story a reminder of what can happen when voices drown each other out. In the ancient world, civilizations such as the Egyptians, the Persians, and the Greeks rose and fell, not just by the strength of their armies, but by the ability or inability to work together. The flourishing of the Silk Road was a testament to cooperation. Cultures mingled, ideas flowed, and trade prospered. Yet, like Babel, it too faced its own challenges, as borders tightened and languages diverged, leading to mistrust and conflict. Fast forward to the tumult of the 20th century, where the world found itself embroiled in war, a stark reminder of the consequences of fractured alliances. Nations that had once stood side by side crumbled under the weight of misunderstanding. The League of Nations, born from the ashes of conflict, was an earnest attempt to foster cooperation among nations. Yet, as it struggled to find its footing, the ghosts of Babel whispered once more. Differences became rifts, and the art of dialogue was lost in the noise of discord. Yet, history has a way of teaching lessons, even when they are hard to swallow. The aftermath of the World Wars illuminated the path toward cooperation, as nations faced the stark reality of their own fractures. The formation of the United Nations was not merely a bureaucratic endeavor. It was birthed from the ashes of division, a collective yearning to rise above the ruins and learn from the past. In each session, representatives from diverse cultures gathered, speaking different languages but united by a common goal: to ensure that the shadows of Babel would not claim them again. The tension in the air during these meetings was palpable, each word weighed down by the gravity of history. Delegates, with furrowed brows and passionate hearts, wrestled with the delicate fabric of diplomacy. They shared their stories, their fears, and their hopes, slowly weaving a new narrative, one where cooperation could flourish. The pain of past conflicts echoed in their discussions, a constant reminder of the stakes at hand. Yet amid the tension, the flicker of hope danced like a flame, illuminating the path forward. As the years rolled on, cooperation became a necessity, an instinct nurtured by survival. The European Union emerged, a bold experiment in unity that sought to transcend borders and heal old wounds. Nations once locked in conflict chose instead to pool their resources, share their strengths, and build a brighter future together. Yet the specter of Babel still lingered, reminding them that even the strongest alliances needed constant tending. In the beautiful chaos of human interaction, history reveals a vital truth. The threads of cooperation are woven from the fabric of patience, understanding, and shared purpose. They can fray, but they can also be mended. It is a lesson as old as time itself, echoing through the ages from the mighty Tower of Babel to the bustling forums of today's global leaders. Each encounter, each negotiation, each effort to bridge a divide carries with it the weight of countless stories, the hopes, the dreams, and the lessons learned through blood and tears. And just like that, as the pages of history turn, the story of cooperation continues to unfold, an unfinished symphony, a delicate dance of voices striving to harmonize. The echoes of Babel remind us that the quest for understanding remains as urgent as ever, pushing humanity to rise above the noise, to strive for a connection that transcends the confines of language and culture. The past is not a distant memory. It is a living entity, breathing life into our present, guiding us toward a future where the lessons learned can pave the way for a new era of unity and cooperation. In the end, the tale weaves onward, each thread a reminder that the heights of human achievement rest upon the foundation of togetherness, a reflection of our shared humanity that knows no boundaries. Each voice, a note in the choir of existence, sings of the promise that when we build together, even the tallest towers can reach the stars. In a world where voices clash and silence hangs heavy, the tale of Babel whispers through the ages, echoing the struggles and aspirations of humanity. Thousands of years ago, in a land where unity gave birth to ambition, the people spoke a single language, their hearts beating as one. From the dust of ancient Mesopotamia, the Tower of Babel rose, a grand symbol of hope and human endeavor, reaching for the heavens. Yet, as the bricks stacked higher, so too did the pride and folly of humanity. The divine intervention that scattered the people and confused their tongues was not just a punishment. It was a reflection of the frailties of civilization, an eternal reminder of what happens when unity becomes a weapon. Fast forward to the modern world, where echoes of Babel resonate loudly amidst the turmoil of geopolitical tensions. Nations clash, ideologies collide, and the very essence of communication faces unprecedented challenges. As crises erupt across continents, the Babel effect reignites a haunting question. Can humanity ever truly understand one another? In the streets of cities pulsating with life, voices rise and fall, each crying out for recognition, each demanding respect. The languages may differ, but the emotions behind them remain strikingly similar. The yearning for connection, peace, and understanding weaves a rich tapestry of shared humanity. Consider the refugee camps lining the borders of conflict-ridden countries. Families torn apart by war carry the weight of Babel's legacy on their shoulders. Children whose laughter once filled the air now speak in hushed tones, afraid to dream as they navigate the labyrinth of survival. Their stories are heartbreakingly familiar, yet they often go unheard. In a world that seems to prioritize divisions, their cries for help mirror the ancient builders of Babel, who, in their pursuit of greatness, lost sight of the bonds that truly matter. On the geopolitical chessboard, leaders gather, their voices dripping with rhetoric meant to unify their own people, often at the expense of others. Alliances form and crumble with the flick of a pen, each decision echoing the ancient tale. As nations negotiate trade deals or draw lines in the sand over territory, the spirit of Babel hovers ominously overhead. The languages spoken in the halls of power may be different, but the underlying desires, security, prosperity, dominance, remain painfully unchanged. As the world becomes more interconnected through technology, the irony deepens. With every tweet, every post, and every video shared across borders, a new form of communication emerges, attempting to bridge the gaps that have historically divided. Yet, amidst the din of voices, misunderstandings abound. Mistranslations and cultural faux pas serve as constant reminders that even in this age of information, Babel's curse lingers, shrouding our intentions in confusion. The urgency to connect grows stronger, but so does the fear of being misunderstood. The globe spins ever faster, but the chasm between us seems just as wide. In the bustling markets of Istanbul, where languages intertwine like threads in a vibrant tapestry, the spirit of Babel dances in the air. Vendors call out, their voices harmonizing in a cacophony of sounds: Arabic, Turkish, English, a beautiful chaos that reflects the richness of human experience. It is here, in the laughter and bargaining, that the essence of Babel breathes. People lean in close, eyes sparkling with curiosity, eager to understand one another despite their differences. Yet, juxtaposed against this warmth is the cold reality of walls rising across borders, fences snaking through landscapes, dividing families and friends. The harsh clang of metal against metal serves as a stark reminder of the isolation that so many face. Policies that prioritize division over connection only deepen the wounds of history, as the shadows of Babel loom larger with each passing day. In the echoing halls of history, the lessons of Babel resound with urgency. From the rise and fall of empires to the struggles of oppressed peoples, the narrative is rich with moments when language became both a bridge and a barrier. When the Roman Empire fell, the fragments of its once unified culture splintered into diverse tongues, leading to centuries of misunderstanding and conflict. The echoes of that division can still be felt today as nations grapple with the legacies of colonialism, trying to reconcile their pasts while forging a path forward. Meanwhile, the global stage is set for new narratives to unfold. The rise of populism and nationalism in various regions seems to echo the sentiments felt in ancient Babylon. Leaders capitalize on fear, promising security in a world perceived as chaotic. But at what cost? As nations retreat inward, the very act of speaking one's truth becomes an act of defiance, a reminder that voices matter, and that the struggle for understanding is perhaps humanity's greatest challenge. Amidst the turmoil, there are glimmers of hope. Grassroots movements spring up, igniting conversations across borders, transcending language barriers through shared experiences. People gather in solidarity, united by their hopes and dreams rather than divided by their differences. Artists, musicians, and writers create works that speak to the heart, crafting messages that resonate with the human soul. In these moments, the dream of Babel morphs from a tale of ambition and chaos into one of unity and resilience, a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity. In the end, the story of Babel is not simply about the past. It is a living narrative that breathes and evolves within the pulse of the present. With every interaction, every moment of understanding, humanity inches closer to breaking the cycle of division. As tensions rise and hope flickers like a candle in the wind, the relevance of Babel remains palpable, urging us to listen, to learn, and to dare to dream of a world where our voices harmonize rather than clash. In this intricate dance of languages, cultures, and emotions, the path forward remains as complex as ever, but the yearning for connection is as timeless as the stones of the ancient tower. In a world where words could weave magic, one tale stood the test of time, echoing through the ages with the weight of human aspiration and the fragility of understanding. The story of Babel, a vibrant tapestry of ambition tangled in chaos, has been told and retold in ways that stir the heart and ignite the imagination. From ancient scrolls to modern screens, the essence of Babel captivates souls, pulling them into a whirlwind of emotion and intrigue. It begins with the people of Shinar, eyes alight with dreams as they constructed a tower that could reach the heavens. Their voices melded into a powerful chant, each syllable a brick in their monumental ambition. Can you hear the clamor of their hopes? It was a symphony of unity, yet beneath it lay a simmering tension, a flicker of fear that perhaps they would overreach. As the tower climbed skyward, so did their confidence. But little did they know that their shared language, once a bridge to greatness, would soon become a chasm that tore them apart. The ancient Hebrew texts whispered of God's reaction, a moment of divine pause, a tightening of the cosmos as the Creator peered down at the bustling construction site. This is only the beginning, he mused, sensing the pride swelling in the hearts of humanity. In an instant, the harmony of voices shattered into a cacophony of confusion. Languages spilled out like spilled ink, and as the once unified crowd turned to strangers, a sense of despair washed over them. They tried to communicate, to hold on to their dreams, but the words fell short, like leaves in autumn, drifting away forever. As centuries rolled on, the story of Babel transformed, adapting to the pulse of changing societies. In ancient Babylon, the legend was a cautionary tale, warning against hubris. Scholars recited its verses, their voices heavy with the weight of history. For every epic poem and clay tablet unearthed, the echoes of Babel resonated, a reminder of the fragility of human ambition. The Grand Tower, once a beacon of hope, became a symbol of division, a stark reminder of how easily unity erodes into chaos. Fast forward to the Middle Ages, where the tale found its home in illuminated manuscripts. Monks dedicated countless hours to capturing the story in vivid detail. The colors danced across the pages, each brush stroke breathing life into the narrative. The tower, more magnificent than before, soared higher as if reaching towards the heavens themselves. Yet, with every illustration, there lay an undercurrent of melancholy, a question lingering in the air. Was it worth it? With the Renaissance came a surge of creativity. Artists like Peter Bruegel the Elder took brush to canvas, depicting the tower in all its glory and despair. His masterpiece, The Tower of Babel, showcased a grand structure, yet the faces of the workers told a different story. Confusion, frustration, and hopelessness painted their expressions, a stark contrast to the towering ambition behind them. Viewers were drawn not just to the tower, but to the realization that the mightiest dreams could crumble under the weight of misunderstanding. As the Enlightenment dawned, the tale adapted once more. Writers and philosophers debated its meaning, weaving it into the fabric of human enlightenment. Language, they argued, was an essential thread in the tapestry of civilization. The story of Babel became an allegory for the struggles of human communication, a reminder of the barriers that separate us. Yet, with every discussion arose a flicker of hope, the belief that through shared knowledge, humanity could overcome the divisions it faced. Then came the 20th century, bringing with it a new medium, film. In the flickering light of the silver screen, the Babel story found new life. Movies portrayed the chaos and beauty of the tale, capturing the emotion of a world grappling with its identity. Directors brought forth the visual splendor of the tower, spiraling towards the heavens like a dream undeterred. Yet, behind the spectacle lay the raw emotion of the narrative, characters struggling to connect in a world fraught with misunderstanding. In literature, the echoes of Babel continued to resonate. Writers explored themes of communication and alienation, using the story as a backdrop for their exploration of the human condition. Novels unfolded where characters sought to bridge the gaps between them, reflecting the ongoing quest for understanding in an ever-divided world. Each page turned, each story told, became a piece of the puzzle, revealing the depths of despair and the heights of hope. Today, in an age of technology that connects us with a mere tap of a finger, the story of Babel takes on new meaning. The internet weaves a web of languages and cultures, yet in this vast digital landscape, are we still reaching for the same tower? Social media platforms buzz with voices, yet misunderstandings, conflict, and division often reign supreme. The timeless tale serves as a poignant reminder. Though we may speak in different tongues, the yearning for connection remains universal. As the adaptations of Babel unfold, each retelling adds layers of complexity, exploring the human experience through the prism of language and understanding. The tower stands not just as a structure of stone and mortar, but as a symbol of our struggles and triumphs. Will we rise together, overcoming the language barriers that separate us? Or will we spiral into chaos, locked in our own silos of misunderstanding? The tension swells, the echoes of Babel growing louder as the world spins on, each heartbeat a reminder of what it means to be human. Ambitious yet vulnerable, connected yet isolated. The story hasn't ended. It continues to breathe, to pulse with life. With every retelling, with every adaptation, the essence of Babel remains, threading through history, shaping our understanding of ourselves and each other. And as the narrative flows on, the question lingers, what will the next chapter hold? In a crowded marketplace buzzing with voices, echoes of 1,000 languages danced in the air, each syllable a thread weaving an intricate tapestry of human experience. A merchant shouted in Arabic, while a child giggled in Spanish, and an elderly woman shared stories in Italian. Amidst the laughter and barter, a spark of confusion flickered, a fleeting moment where a smile was met with a frown, a kind gesture lost in translation. This was not merely a scene but a vivid reminder of the fragile thread that ties language to reality. Across centuries, philosophers have wrestled with the profound question, what is the essence of language? A Greek philosopher named Heraclitus once argued that language is a river, always flowing, shifting, and changing with time. Each word a droplet, each idea a ripple that distorts and shapes the world it flows through. To him, the act of speaking was not just a means of communication. It was a dance of perception, a way to mold reality itself. He understood that words have power. They can inspire love, incite war, or bring comfort in despair. Fast forward to ancient China, where Confucius pondered the role of language in shaping moral thought. His teachings threaded through the fabric of society, emphasizing that the words we choose not only express our thoughts, but also reflect our very character. In his philosophical framework, the right words held the power to cultivate virtue, influencing how individuals perceived their relationship with the cosmos and each other. Every word spoken or unspoken, every phrase uttered with intention, became a brushstroke on the canvas of reality. The echoes of these thoughts traveled far and wide, influencing scholars and thinkers through the ages. In medieval Europe, a curious mind named Thomas Aquinas absorbed the wisdom of the ancients. He articulated a vision where language bridged the divine and the human. Aquinas believed that through language, humanity could grasp the mysteries of existence, hinting at the profound connection between words and the very essence of being. In his eyes, language was not merely a tool. It was a sacred bridge, linking the earthly to the heavenly. But as the Renaissance dawned, the focus shifted. The world began to awaken to the intricacies of language as a tool of power, a vessel for controlling thought and shaping societies. Thinkers like Descartes and Hobbes emerged, pondering the implications of language on identity and reality. Descartes famously declared, "I think, therefore I am," implying that our very existence hinges on our ability to articulate our thoughts. Yet, as the ink dried on his pages, the tension between language and reality grew thicker. Words became weapons, and rhetoric morphed into a means of manipulation. In the shadows of this tumultuous intellectual landscape, the seeds of skepticism began to sprout. The philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein stood at the forefront of this shift, suggesting that the limits of our language are the limits of our world. He posited that language shapes our understanding of reality itself, and if our words fail us, so too does our grasp on the truth. The implications were staggering. If language was a mirror reflecting reality, what happened when that mirror cracked? What truths remained hidden behind the shards? History echoed the tension between language and reality. The rise of nationalism in the 19th and 20th centuries showcased the power of language to unite and divide. The words of leaders inspired millions, igniting flames of passion and conflict. In the cacophony of war, language became a battlefield. Propaganda twisted perceptions, and slogans resonated with the fervor of belief. The power of a single phrase could rally a nation or plunge it into chaos, reinforcing the notion that language does not merely describe reality, it constructs it. Yet, amid the noise, a new voice emerged in the 20th century, one that sought to unravel the knots of language and meaning. The postmodernists, with their playful deconstruction of texts, raised questions about the stability of language itself. Was it an unyielding force or a malleable entity, ready to shift and change with context? They suggested that meaning is never fixed. It dances like shadows at dusk, forever elusive and transforming. The realization sent shivers down the spine of traditional philosophy, leaving thinkers wrestling with the implications of a fractured linguistic reality. As the wheels of time continued to turn, the digital age exploded forth, bringing with it a new lexicon, one where emojis could convey emotions and social media platforms became the new agora. The evolution of language reached dizzying heights, breaking boundaries and collapsing distances. Yet, with this evolution came a haunting familiarity. The same misunderstandings and miscommunications echoed through the digital landscape. In this brave new world, the question lingered. Did our words still hold the same power, or had they lost their weight in a sea of fleeting messages? In this swirling maelstrom of thought, a young philosopher named Judith was captivated by the essence of language and reality. She spent her nights in dimly lit cafes, scribbling her thoughts on napkins, trying to grasp the threads that connected her existence to the myriad languages she encountered in her life. She felt the weight of words, the joy of expressions, the pain of misunderstandings, and the exhilaration of connection. Her heart raced with the realization that language was not merely a tool but a tapestry of human experience, woven from the loves, losses, and laughter shared across generations. Then, in a moment of clarity, she saw the invisible threads connecting the great thinkers of history: Heraclitus, Confucius, Aquinas, Descartes, Wittgenstein, and the postmodernists. They all grappled with the same questions, the same fears, and the same hopes. In the vibrant marketplace of ideas, language became a living entity, pulsating with potential and fraught with danger, forever dancing on the edge of reality. And so, as Judith took a breath, her mind swirled with the echoes of the past, the whispers of the present, and the possibilities of the future. Each word, each concept, became a stepping stone, leading her deeper into a labyrinth where language and reality intertwined, beckoning her to unravel the mysteries that lay ahead. The weight of her thoughts hung in the air, thick with emotion, as she prepared to confront the next wave of ideas that would challenge everything she thought she knew. In a bustling market in Marrakesh, the sun beats down relentlessly as vendors shout their wares in a harmonious cacophony of languages. A French tourist, lost in translation, gestures wildly to an olive seller, his brows furrowed in confusion. Nearby, an elderly Berber woman, her hands calloused from years of labor, laughs heartily as she translates between them, weaving a bridge between worlds with the simple act of understanding. This scene encapsulates a reality that stretches far beyond mere words. It's a dance of culture, a celebration of connection amidst a backdrop of linguistic diversity that has shaped humanity. Language, in its essence, is more than a tool for communication. It is the very fabric of identity, a reflection of culture, history, and belonging. Every time a word is spoken, a piece of a person's world is shared, revealing layers of experience that bind individuals together, even when the distance feels insurmountable. As humanity spread across continents, the tapestry of languages grew, with each thread representing unique stories, struggles, and triumphs. Consider the Tower of Babel, a tale steeped in history, where humanity, once united by a single language, found itself scattered and divided. This myth serves as a poignant reminder of the power and peril of language. As centuries rolled on, the world adapted to the chaos of Babel, turning the challenge of linguistic differences into an opportunity for creativity and resilience. The evolution of language became a testament to humanity's unyielding spirit, proving that connection can flourish even in the most fractured of circumstances. In the bustling streets of ancient Rome, merchants from distant lands converged, speaking in tongues that rang out like a symphony of confusion. Yet, amidst the chaos, a common ground emerged. Latin, once the sole language of the elite, transformed into a lingua franca, bridging gaps between diverse cultures. The Romans, with their penchant for organization and trade, recognized that understanding was not just a luxury, it was a necessity. Thus, the art of negotiation was born, as gestures and expressions mingled with borrowed phrases, creating an unspoken pact amongst traders. Fast forward to the age of exploration, when ships sailed uncharted waters, driven by curiosity and ambition. Explorers like Columbus and Magellan traversed the globe, encountering indigenous peoples whose languages were as rich as the treasures they sought. Each encounter brought with it the weight of history, cultural misunderstandings, and, surprisingly, moments of profound connection. An indigenous chief, through gestures and smiles, taught a weary sailor the local tongue, sharing tales of the land that echoed through generations. These fleeting exchanges left an indelible mark, forever altering the course of history. As the world hurtled into the modern era, the Industrial Revolution brought mass migration and globalization, creating a new kind of Babel. Cities swelled with diverse populations, each group bringing its language and customs, creating vibrant urban tapestries. In the factories of Manchester, Polish, Italian, and Irish workers labored side by side, their voices rising and falling in a chorus of hope and hardship. This melting pot demanded new ways to communicate. English, once a language of a small island, began to absorb words and influences from countless dialects, transforming into a kaleidoscope of expression. Yet, amidst this vibrant mix, challenges persisted. Misunderstandings led to conflicts as cultural differences collided, highlighting the emotional weight of language barriers. In classrooms across the globe, children grappled with the struggle to find their voice in a language that felt foreign. The laughter of a child who finally grasped the meaning of friend after stumbling through vocabulary quizzes resonated with joy, while the tearful frustration of another, silenced by the weight of unspoken words, showcased the isolation that language can impose. In the digital age, communication took on a new form. Social media platforms became the modern-day agora, a space where people from every corner of the earth could connect. Yet, even in this global village, linguistic differences persisted. Emojis replaced words, memes conveyed complex ideas, and hashtags bridged cultural gaps. A tweet in Spanish could spark a retweet in Japanese, showcasing humanity's ability to adapt and innovate in the face of linguistic diversity. The thrill of a viral phrase transcended geographic boundaries, proving that connection could flourish even in bytes and pixels. As the sun dipped below the horizon over Tokyo, a group of friends gathered for dinner, their conversation a delightful mix of languages. The Japanese host, eager to share his culture, introduced his guests to the delicate flavors of sushi while incorporating English and Korean phrases, weaving a tapestry of communication that was both joyous and chaotic. Laughter erupted when a mispronounced word led to playful teasing, the room filled with warmth and camaraderie, showcasing the beauty of learning and the joy found in shared experiences. Despite the progress, the shadows of linguistic injustice loomed large. Across the globe, indigenous languages faced extinction, their speakers dwindling as globalization dictated the dominance of a few languages. In the remote corners of the Amazon, elders passed down stories in fading tongues, their voices trembling with the weight of heritage. The fight to preserve these languages became a rallying cry, echoing the sentiment that every language carries the heartbeat of a culture, a treasure that must be safeguarded against the tides of time. In a world where technology constantly reshapes the landscape of communication, the journey of adaptation continues. The rise of artificial intelligence and translation apps promised a future where language barriers might dissolve. Yet, the essence of human connection, the nuances, the emotions, the laughter remains irreplaceable. The fire in a grandmother's eyes as she recounted tales in her native tongue, the spark of understanding when two strangers share a smile despite their linguistic differences. These moments remind us that language is not just a means of communication. It is a living, breathing entity that carries the weight of history and the promise of connection. As the global stage continues to shift, the world stands on the brink of a new era of linguistic evolution. Each word spoken, each language celebrated, serves as a reminder that the story of humanity is one of resilience, creativity, and an undying quest for connection. The tapestry of languages, vibrant and intricate, is woven with threads of emotion, conflict, and triumph, each contributing to the rich narrative of existence. In the face of differences, humanity's greatest strength lies not in uniformity, but in the celebration of the beautiful, chaotic symphony of voices that echo across the globe. And as the market in Marrakesh bustles on, the dance of understanding continues, a testament to the indomitable spirit of human connection that thrives amidst the beautiful chaos of linguistic diversity. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the ancient ruins of Babel, a silent witness to centuries of stories, triumphs, and tragedies. As Mara stepped onto the dusty path that wound through the remnants of a long-forgotten civilization, she felt an electric thrill tingling up her spine. Each stone beneath her feet whispered tales of a time when the Tower of Babel soared high, challenging the heavens themselves. She paused, her breath catching in her throat, as she gazed up at the crumbling bricks that had once touched the skies. Built around 600 BC, the tower stood as a testament to human ambition, a colossal structure intended to unite all of humanity under one language. But as history often reminds, dreams can turn into nightmares. The moment she stepped into the shadow of the ancient tower, the air grew heavy with unspoken words and lost hopes. Mara could almost hear the echoes of people who had come from far and wide, their voices mingling in a cacophony of ambition and determination. With each step, the world around her blurred, and she could almost see the laborers toiling tirelessly, their hands roughened by stone dust, sweat glistening on their brows. The scent of clay and earth filled her nostrils, thick with the weight of centuries past. It was as if the ghosts of Babel were reaching out, urging her to feel their struggles, to understand their fervor. As she wandered deeper into the site, Mara stumbled upon the remnants of ancient marketplaces, where traders once exchanged goods and ideas. The vibrant colors of spices, silks, and pottery came alive in her mind's eye, and she could envision families gathered under makeshift tents, laughter mingling with the scent of fresh bread and roasted meats. The thrill of that bustling life was palpable, yet tinged with the bittersweet knowledge that all of this, every single moment, had been lost to time. Suddenly, she felt a chill race down her spine, the kind that made the hairs on her arms stand straight. A shadow flitted across her vision, a fleeting impression of a tall figure standing at the edge of the ruins. Heart pounding, she scanned the area, but the figure was gone, leaving her with an unsettling sense of being watched. Perhaps it was merely a trick of the light, or perhaps it was something far more ancient, a reminder that not all who wander here have departed. Mara pressed on, her footsteps echoing in the stillness, leading her to the remnants of the great library, a collection of clay tablets that once held the wisdom of the ages. She felt a deep yearning as she traced her fingers over the weathered surface of a tablet, the inscriptions barely legible. Each symbol represented knowledge, history, and stories that had shaped the very fabric of human existence. It was a bittersweet revelation, knowing that so much had been lost, buried beneath layers of earth and time. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the ruins, Mara found herself at the banks of the Euphrates River. The water flowed steadily, a timeless witness to the rise and fall of empires. She knelt, cupping her hands to drink from its cool depths. The water tasted of earth and history, a connection to those who had quenched their thirst here long ago. A soft rustling drew her attention. She looked up to find a local guide, an elderly man with kind eyes and a weathered face, approaching her. His stories were rich with emotion, each tale more gripping than the last. He spoke of the great flood that came and how Babel, with its towering ambitions, was forever changed. The people thought they could reach the heavens, he said, his voice low. But they forgot the power of unity. They became scattered, their voices muddled, their dreams shattered. Mara listened intently, her heart aching for the lost dreams of those who came before her. The guide's words wove a tapestry of emotions, painting vivid pictures of a vibrant world that had existed in stark contrast to the ruins before her. She could see the beauty, the chaos, the hope and despair, all woven together like the threads of a delicate tapestry. As twilight descended, the ruins took on an ethereal glow, shadows dancing in the flickering light of distant campfires. The ancient stones seemed to pulse with life, their secrets begging to be heard. Mara felt a surge of determination. She had come to witness history, but now she realized that she was part of it, a living echo of those who had walked these paths before her. With renewed purpose, she ventured back to the remnants of the tower, climbing the uneven stones, each one a step closer to the sky. The air grew cooler, the wind whispering ancient secrets in her ears. Reaching the top, she stood alone, gazing out over the land that had birthed so many dreams and hopes. She could see the Euphrates winding its way through the land like a silver ribbon, connecting past and present, a reminder that life continues to flow, even amidst the ruins. A flicker of movement caught her eye again, but this time, she felt no fear. Instead, it sparked a sense of belonging, as if the spirits of Babel had welcomed her into their fold. The evening sky was ablaze with stars, each one a beacon of stories waiting to be told. As she stood on the precipice of history, heart racing and spirit soaring, Mara realized she was not just a tourist but a part of a much larger narrative. A narrative that would continue to unfold with every heartbeat of the earth beneath her feet. The moment was electric, a blend of past and present, weaving together in a spectacular tapestry of human experience. The ruins of Babel were alive with untold tales, and she was determined to unearth every last one, to give voice to the dreams that had been silenced by time. She felt the call of the unknown, the promise of more to come, as the stars twinkled overhead like the eyes of ancient watchers, waiting for her next move. And somewhere in the distance, as if in response to her yearning heart, the wind whispered promises of more discoveries, more stories, waiting just beyond the horizon. In a small dimly lit room, the hum of old computers mingles with the soft tapping of keyboards. A young girl sits cross-legged on the floor, eyes wide, as she watches a figure on the screen. It's a live broadcast. A scientist, eyes sparkling, sharing an idea that could change the world. What if, he says, one day, we could communicate not just with words, but with thoughts? The girl gasps, her heart racing, as the possibilities swirl in her mind. Throughout history, communication has transformed lives. Whispers around a fire evolving into tweets sent across the globe in the blink of an eye. From the ancient petroglyphs carved into rock faces to the invention of the printing press, humanity has always sought deeper connections, a yearning to bridge the chasms of understanding. The printing press, once a marvel, changed the course of civilization, igniting revolutions, spreading ideas like wildfire. Right on the heels of that revolution came the telephone, a simple device that connected voices over miles. But now, a new chapter looms on the horizon, pulsating with the promise of something greater. As the girl listens intently, she hears the scientist discuss the concept of neural interfaces, devices that could link minds directly. Imagine a world where thoughts and feelings could be shared without the limitations of language, where a simple glance could convey an entire story. The thought sends shivers down her spine, excitement and fear woven together like threads in a tapestry. In the shadows of history, remarkable figures have made strides toward this extraordinary goal. Leonardo da Vinci sketched machines that could fly, dreams that seemed impossible but paved the way for future inventors. Fast forward to the 20th century, where a mind like Nikola Tesla filled the air with dreams of wireless communication. His visions, once thought fantastical, now breathe life into our daily conversations. Ideas transmitted through the ether, unfurling like the wings of a butterfly. But what about the emotional weight of such advancements? The girl's heart beats faster as she imagines families separated by oceans, their voices growing fainter over time. The same technology that brings people together can also isolate them. Social media, a double-edged sword, creates connections and yet amplifies loneliness. As the scientist continues, he speaks of the ethical dilemmas that accompany such progress. What happens when thoughts can be shared without permission? A chill runs through her. The line between connection and invasion blurs. The screen flickers, and she sees images of volunteers testing neural interfaces, their faces lit up with wonder and anxiety. Smiles break out as they share thoughts almost instantaneously. Yet, there's a lingering unease in their eyes. What if someone's darkest fears or deepest secrets could be exposed without consent? The intimacy of pure thought becomes a battlefield, echoing the struggles of humanity through the ages, trust, vulnerability, and the quest for understanding. Meanwhile, history whispers of war and peace, the power of communication altering alliances and shaping destinies. The advent of instantaneous communication during wars brought not only strategy but also heartache. Soldiers wrote letters filled with love and longing, their words carrying the weight of hope back home. Yet, the very same technology that bridged hearts also transmitted the horrors of battle, raw and unfiltered. As the girl watches, she realizes that the future of communication may bear both the sweetness of connection and the sting of truth. What lies ahead is not just a leap in technology but a metamorphosis of the human experience itself. As the scientist speaks of empathy being transmitted through thought, the girl feels a rush of warmth. Imagine a world where understanding flows effortlessly. No longer are we confined to interpreting the nuances of spoken language or the subtleties of body language. With this new frontier, emotions could be shared like a song, harmonizing the discordant beats of human interaction. Yet, the shadows of history remind her that every transformation comes with its price. The girl remembers the tales of the Library of Alexandria, a treasure trove of knowledge that went up in flames, losing centuries of wisdom. Each advancement in communication demands reflection on what is gained and what is lost. As the scientist discusses the possibility of erasing language barriers, what happens to the unique beauty of each culture's voice? Will the stories of countless generations fade, their musicality silenced in the rush toward unity? The tension in the room rises as the girl's imagination spirals into futures where communication is instantaneous but lacks the richness of human experience. What if, in this quest for connection, individuality becomes a relic of the past? The thought sends a shiver down her spine, for she knows that the essence of humanity lies in its diversity, the different ways people express love, sadness, joy. As the broadcast nears its end, the scientist shares a moment of vulnerability, speaking of his childhood dreams, of a world where love could transcend language. Tears glisten in the girl's eyes as she remembers her own dreams, the longing for her family to never be apart, to feel connected even when separated by distance. But with each dream, an echo of uncertainty lingers. She wonders how technology will shape the bonds between human hearts. The clock on the wall ticks softly, the sound resonating in the silence as the girl contemplates the overwhelming possibilities. She feels a fragile thread connecting her to those who came before, those dreamers who etched their hopes into history. In the depths of her heart, she senses the weight of responsibility that accompanies such power, the need for humanity to tread carefully as it steps into the unknown. In that moment, as the screen fades to black, she realizes that the future of communication is not just a technological leap. It is a mirror reflecting the essence of who we are. Will we reach for connection, or will fear pull us apart? The questions hang heavy in the air, like a promise waiting to be fulfilled. The potential is as vast as the universe above, and the next chapter awaits, filled with the echoes of our past and the whispers of tomorrow. In a bustling marketplace, colors danced like a painter's palette, vibrant and alive. The air crackled with voices, rich, coarse, soft, and loud, all interwoven in a melody of languages that twisted like smoke in the wind. Each word held a story, a lineage, a culture, and for a fleeting moment, it seemed as if the very essence of humanity was gathered in this symphony of voices, striving to connect, to understand, yet often missing the rhythm entirely. Amidst this vibrant chaos, the spirit of Babel loomed large, a silent witness to the ancient yearning for unity amid the cacophony of diversity. Long ago, in the land of Shinar, a great tower was born from the dreams of many. As bricks climbed towards the heavens, they symbolized humanity's ambition, their shared hope to touch the divine. With each stone laid, the workers stood side by side, driven by a single vision crafted from a collective dream. But then, something shifted. A simple change in language turned coherence into confusion. Suddenly, the very words that bound them together became a barrier. The laughter turned to shouts of misunderstanding. Hands once united in labor became clenched in frustration, and the glory of their shared purpose crumbled like the bricks they had once laid. Centuries passed, yet the echoes of that ancient tale reverberated through generations. Each civilization, from the bustling streets of ancient Rome to the serene temples of the East, grappled with the challenge of unity amidst diversity. The Greeks celebrated their myriad city-states, each with its own customs, yet they too sought harmony through the threads of philosophy and art. Meanwhile, in Africa, tribes spoke in unique tongues, their songs carried across savannas, each melody another thread in the fabric of a continent rich with history and culture. Yet history teaches us that this quest for understanding is fraught with challenges. The Spanish conquistadors arrived on exotic shores, bringing with them dreams of gold, but also sowing seeds of division. The rich tapestry of indigenous languages was often met with the harsh clang of a single tongue, as if one voice could drown out the symphony of many. Yet, even in the face of oppression, the spirit of diversity fought back. Languages evolved, cultures blended, and the resilience of the human spirit shone through like a beacon of hope. Wars ignited over borders, ideologies, and beliefs. Yet amid the turmoil, there were always those who dared to dream of something different. The Quakers gathered in circles, their whispered prayers breaking the silence of war. They believed in the possibility of peace, in unity born from respect for one another's beliefs, and their voices, though soft, rippled through time, igniting movements that would challenge the status quo. In the Age of Enlightenment, thinkers like Voltaire and Rousseau sparked ideas that challenged the foundational beliefs of society. They painted visions of unity based on shared humanity, transcending race, creed, and culture. Through their words, they reached out to others, hoping to create a world where differences were celebrated, not feared. The ink flowed across pages, igniting fires in the hearts of those longing for something more than the divisions that separated them. Yet, the pulse of history moved on, and the shadows of conflict loomed large. The 20th century saw the rise of ideologies that sought to erase diversity, pushing the notion of a singular identity. The horrors of the Holocaust reminded the world of the depths of intolerance and ignorance. But even amidst the darkest times, heroes emerged, risking their lives for the sake of understanding. People like Martin Luther King Jr. stood before crowds, words like arrows piercing the hearts of those who listened. His dream was not merely for civil rights, but for a world where every voice mattered, where every culture was a vibrant note in a beautiful symphony. The echo of Babel persisted through the ages, a reminder that humanity's journey is not simply about the destination, but the winding paths taken along the way. The vibrant discussions in cafes across Paris, the gatherings in the streets of Johannesburg, and the digital connections made across continents all spoke to an enduring desire for unity. People from different walks of life shared their stories, each narrative a brushstroke in a masterpiece still in the making. Yet here, in this tapestry of voices, the specter of division remained. The rise of nationalism and the fear of the other stirred divisions once thought healed. Misinformation and hate spread like wildfire, and many felt the threads of their humanity fraying. But in those very moments of fear and discord, pockets of resistance bloomed. Activists rallied under banners not just of their own cultures but of shared humanity. In the face of such overwhelming odds, artists took up their brushes, musicians their instruments, and poets their pens. They intertwined their cultures, creating masterpieces that transcended borders. The music of a Cuban jazz band blended with the soulful rhythms of African drums, and the vibrant colors of a street mural in Mexico sang of unity. Each creative act whispered a powerful truth, that in diversity lies strength, and in unity, a promise of a better tomorrow. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting golden rays across the tapestry of a world awakening to its interconnectedness, there was a flicker of hope. It was a moment that felt almost sacred, a recognition that perhaps the echoes of Babel had not faded but transformed. The quest for unity in diversity remained alive, pulsing through the veins of humanity like a heartbeat. Yet the journey was not over. The stories continued to unfold, waiting to be told, each voice crucial to the melody of existence. The marketplace remained vibrant, alive with possibility, echoing the ancient tale of Babel, reminding all who walked through it that despite differences, there was an undeniable thread that connected every heart, every story. And as night fell, the world, with all its complexities and beauty, took a collective breath, ready to march forward, hand in hand, into the unknown.